Welcome to the Dark Dial, almost close enough to Halloween to be a Halloween special. How's everyone doing tonight?
Happy Friday!
Spooky lighting. Happy Friday, welcome to Dark Dial. We have a very special episode in which Chance has very spookily hurt his back, so he might hit the floor at any given moment.
It is true. You'll just see me flop out of this chair and then file for workman's comp.
A true story. If you don't mind, please like, subscribe, and follow.
Welcome to the Dark Dial, almost close enough to Halloween to be a...
There we go, okay. Try that again. Like and subscribe and follow. We need it. Please do. If you like this kind of content and you want us to make it, we need to know you want us to make it, so. How's everybody doing? Other than Chance, who's broken.
Chance is broken.
Oh, it's true.
Chance is broken. We might be coming down with a cold or something.
Never!
Yeah, I just took a lot of vitamins.
Well, we spent the morning celebrating my youngest daughter getting straight A's. And so we did the whole school thing, but I'm pretty sure half the kids there may or may not have had the flu.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
dear.
we'll see how that goes.
So you're telling me I walked straight into...
You did. So sorry.
Oh, no. It's okay.
By the way, my oldest got straight A's too. So shout out to her
Exciting.
as well. They just don't do, certificate ceremonies in high school. Not leaving her out though.
It's kind of a loose episode tonight. We're gonna talk some ghost stories, some personal ghost
Yes,
stories.
indeed.
Look at some various footage that none of us have seen, so you'll see some real reactions from the spooky footage.
See if maybe we can debunk it or not.
I think we're gonna go over a real life case of an evil gnome.
Oh, I like gnomes.
Out in California, and werewolves in Wisconsin, which actually are kind of hitting the news again. When I started researching it, I didn't realize that, but
Interesting.
yeah. The Beast of Bray Road. in
All the
Wisconsin.
spooky stuff's coming out of the woodwork. We've got aliens in Peru. We've got werewolves in Wisconsin. That is the name of my next album. Werewolves in Wisconsin.
You've got a lot of album names
do.
you got to work on
do.
there. So that's a lot.
Oh man.
All right.
Guess we should introduce ourselves.
Oh, yeah,
dude.
thank you,
Yeah,
thank
do you
you.
guys even know who we
I don't know
are?
if y'all know who I am, but I'm Jacqueline. You can find us on most Facebook or pretty much any social media. Facebook mainly under Cryptic J.
I'm Gavin Green. You can find me everywhere. Merlin's Museum is some of my gaming stuff, but that's not really up and running at the moment. But you can check us out. Jacqueline and I, Deep Fried Designs, we do some shirts and stuff like that. So
Including what I have.
Ooh, spooky shirts for spooky season. And I am Chance, and you can find me occasionally. Sometimes I might not ever post at 3D Arms Shop on Twitter, but I'm also going to be selling jewelry here soon. So you can find me on Poshmark. I'll have that added in to the graphic once I get a store set up there. So.
he does some cool custom jewelry. So yeah, we've most of those socials. The only reason we say we're not doing anything on them is because we're doing everything on Dark Dial lately, trying to get this off the ground. So
Absolutely.
Time for social media.
well, we do, but
Well, other than
we need more
doing
time
this
for
stuff
it.
for this, yeah.
we need to hire social media staff.
if you guys were listening to the countdown, at the beginning of the countdown, we played a track that we usually don't get to, I don't think, which is Growth by Problem Bear.
You guys got some new listening tonight. Huh?
Yeah, that is our friend Phil. He makes some music. You can check out Problem Bear on Spotify.
Give it a listen.
I talked to
Good
him recently. He sent me some messages talking about, what he's working on and stuff. And sorry, Phil, I have not got back to you, but I will. It's been a crazy week. But happy Halloween, or almost Halloween, or close enough to Halloween.
Close enough, man.
How do you guys, is Halloween your favorite holiday? Because it's definitely mine.
Halloween and Christmas.
Yeah, it's up there. I don't know if I have necessarily a favorite holiday, but I very, very much enjoy Halloween.
I started decorating, probably the end of September.
Yeah, we were decorating early September with just a little bit. We don't go nuts.
No.
We don't get the money to go nuts. So
Just enough. Dollar store for the win. Or the $1.25 store.
yes, it's not the Dollar
the
Tree
dollar
isn't the
store.
dollar store anymore. It's the $1.25 tree.
Dollar and a quarter.
And up, because they have a whole nother aisle.
Oh no! Don't tell me that.
Yeah.
Don't
it goes
ruin
up.
that place for me.
The branches of the tree are heavily weighed down by all the loose change that now people have to throw at it. What do you guys want to do first?
Um.
Want to talk
some
about ghost
ghost
stories?
stories.
Yeah.
So
I can
number
dive
one,
into
a
some
lot
stuff.
of people have ghost stories. Like when you talk to people, I find that it's like a 50-50 coin toss if they have like some sort of ghost story.
Absolutely.
I only have like one.
Oh man.
I'm not a big like ghost believer. Like I'll watch Ghost Adventures as a guilty pleasure, but I kind of think it's bullshit. And you two are always like trying to convince me of stuff. So
Ghosts are real, brother.
like,
They
you
are.
can
Ghosts are
you can
real.
get into a lot of cryptids all day, and I'm like, yeah, undiscovered species and stuff
No.
like that. But
Ghosts, demons, angels, they're all real.
I mean, it's not like I don't believe in an afterlife or something. I just the traditional haunts that we hear about, I'm not as keen on.
And you just haven't experienced it.
I've heard your stories.
You just haven't experienced it, bro. Once you have like a set of experiences, I don't want to necessarily say just like a single or one or two, but once you get like a set, like acquire like multiple experiences that you just cannot explain through any other means than the supernatural, it just I can't write it off. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't, because I've had real experiences, like spiritual experiences, but they were pertaining to like relatives of mine who have passed, not real ghost stories.
I mean, is that not still a ghost story though? Not maybe in the
Yeah.
common sense of it, but
I've alluded to it before, and I don't know that I want to get into it on
No
air.
doubt.
Maybe someday, but not in this context anyway.
no doubt.
But you've had some stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I've been in experience with the spooky boys since I was a small child. I honestly don't remember a lot of the experiences until I get to high school that I have had. I know I've had, like, I have vague flashes in my memory of stuff before a high school age, but that's really when stuff started to solidify itself in my memory. I remember one of the very first things that happened to me. I had just moved with my family into a house in the middle of nowhere, Georgia, and it planted like on 500 acres of just extremely dense extremely dense woods, and I'm talking like thick like hardwood mixed in with like pine and all kinds of different trees. There's
How many acres was this on?
500.
500
acres right off the Chattahoochee River. The river was on the property. We had bank access to it, and the marsh that surrounded it as well.
That's a massive
It
property.
was I spent hundreds of hours in those woods exploring, and I don't think I managed to see all of it. Literal years of exploration, and I still don't think I saw everything that was out there. And it was
Well, in Georgia, I would imagine that's some pretty dense brush.
It is.
too.
It's underbrush up to your knees. A lot of times you're out there with a machete hacking it down to clear it out to actually make it through if you're not on a pre-trodden trail.
It's kind of the way it is in Illinois, where I grew up.
And being that close to the water as well, you have a lot of streams breaking out of the river and cutting through the path, so you'll end up having to like cross over like rotted log bridges and stuff. So it's not only is it dense, there's a lot of treacherous areas too, where you'll fall 10-15 foot down like a carved out ravine in the mud, and it's probably full of water moccasins and copperheads and everything else you can imagine.
That's the real spooky stuff right there.
Yeah.
That's what
the
I
stuff
do
of
for
my
you.
nightmares.
No, very, very spooky.
Well, we've had this conversation about you being out there, and you were telling me a snake you killed. Saw this big black snake, and you don't exactly know what it is.
No, we had several different species down there, and at the time I wasn't able to differentiate, most likely between like a water moccasin or something else.
Your kid just
assumed it was a water moccasin, and defensive measures kicked in.
Since then, I've talked to you about eastern indigo snakes, which are really cool, big black snakes. I think they're the largest snake in North America, and they're endangered. Very cool snakes. If you ever see one in real life, if you look at pictures, they don't do it justice. It just looks like a big black snake. But in real life, it has this colorful, oily shimmer, like this rainbow that comes off of its scales, which is very cool. And they're pretty much harmless. Like they overpower their prey. They're not a constrictor, and they're not venomous. But people get freaked out by them.
They looked big from what you showed me, no doubt.
There's my amateur biologist fact
It's
for
a
the
snake,
day.
therefore I'm scared no matter what.
No, they're harmless.
Fear.
They're harmless.
Certain snakes bother me, certain snakes don't.
Yeah, like the venomous ones.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So we're in Arizona. There's plenty of venomous snakes.
Yeah.
But I know some of the good ones here. Like we've got some very pretty long-nosed snakes that have some real cool coloration that I see every once in a while. We were on your property and we thought it was a rattlesnake, right? And it was a gopher snake, or I think it's called a gopher snake or a bull snake.
Yeah, I
My
remember
heart rate
that.
that day. Oh my god.
Hey man, I was keeping my eyes out. I saw something move, and
It was in the neighbor's chicken/quail coop looking for its next meal.
What scared me is I didn't even see it at first until the kids started looking over there. I'm like, what are y'all looking at? And then I saw it and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna pass out.
We're good.
They can be spooky. They can be very, very spooky, and you had to watch out in those woods. Like it was so dense that you were almost better off taking a stick and tapping in front of you as you went.
Yeah.
Beating up the brush, because something was gonna be in the grass, like no matter what. And you also had there were ticks to worry about. That was an absolute nuisance.
More than a nuisance.
We had, and let me make sure I enunciate this perfectly. We also had chiggers down there, and those are a menace of a bug.
No-see-ums, right? That's what I also hear referred to. No-see-ums.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, they're tiny. Like you don't see chiggers, right? They're just like these.
No, they get under your skin and they're there.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. I'm pretty sure. They like bite up your heels.
Yep.
And they're like mosquito bites that just don't go away.
Yeah, well, they don't go away because they're actually living under your skin.
No, that's a myth. That's a myth.
Because you can get, it's not though. You can get them out with they actually get up under you. They're a parasite. They're like ticks. They're very, very similar to ticks.
Don't say that.
Well, we get them here. I don't know if you've got.
Hate them.
Yeah, they're bad. They're nasty.
They're worse than ticks in my book. I can deal with a tick. Like I can see it and be like, and get it off of me. But those things are like, you gotta suffocate them. You have to slather your leg in petroleum jelly, or put nail polish over them, and it'll suffocate them, and they'll fall out of you.
So growing up in Illinois, I was in the far distant Chicago suburbs, and snakes weren't really a problem. If you saw a snake, you were probably safe to catch it. So as a kid, I did. But there's technically water moccasins. I think there's three. There's two other venomous snakes. One is a type of rattlesnake, some sort of pit viper. I don't remember the name. I used to have them memorized, but now that I'm here, there's so many venomous snakes that I get all the names mixed up. But I can remember as a kid, the first snake I ever caught was a garter snake, and it was like in my mom's garden. She's like, catch it, it won't bite, it's safe, you know. My mom with full confidence that it's okay.
Oh,
So I
no.
caught it, but it was, you know, the first time I ever caught a snake, and I didn't grab it from the head.
Yeah, I got
So
a body.
It whipped around and bit me, and I would. They do have a very small amount of venom, like
Yeah.
not like a dangerous like grasshopper, like kill small insects. But I think it's got an anticoagulant, so my hand was all bloody.
Oh no.
I got the snake though, and that was the first of many snakes.
That's slick.
I mean, not to complete. Well, yeah, why not completely tangent? It's that kind of episode. The
Range.
we were talking about generational differences in terms of growing up. You can almost divide the generations by the amount of time spent out in the wilderness or outdoors. Because, you know, I'm a millennial, but I spent quite a lot of time outside catching snakes and frogs and fishing and stuff like that. Because, you know, the internet didn't exist the way it does today. It seems like it's Generation Alpha, right?
Yeah.
Which is like the newest generation, I think. What was the birth dates on that? Do you remember?
2000 and 2007 or something like that.
2010-ish. Yeah. Yeah, so if you were like born in the last decade or so, you're probably Gen Alpha. And
They're like early teens right now.
yeah, and I mean like Gen Z grew up with cell phones in their pocket, and Alpha's just amping it up even further.
Yeah, because cell phones in your pocket didn't always mean like smartphone in your pocket for a while.
For
there,
Gen
too.
Z, it did.
Valid. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, well, with my oldest, she's 15, and around the time she was about 5 is when I remember it going from like a normal texting, like BlackBerry type phone to more of like the touch screen phones.
Like Android and iOS.
Yeah.
iOS came out in 2007.
She's
was
been
the first
doing it
iPhone.
like basically since she was a newborn. She can work phones better than me.
I can't work phones to save my life. I can work computers. Me and phones do not get along.
I bought a stylus phone because I don't like interacting with my fingers on the touchscreen. I mean, I do it for like texting and typing, but in terms of everything else, there's more precision in a stylus, and I don't use it ever. Not because I don't want to, but because I got a glass shield that I put on it, and it makes the stylus like almost useless.
Same.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. I'm gonna go with a cheaper shield that.
I can't because I break like at least 3 to 4 a year.
That's my concern, but I've got some spares, so.
I use my phone so sparingly to begin with these days.
I just saw Rex comment in chat is, I hope the next gen is not called beta.
God, we can only hope.
Did you ever get to your story?
No, I totally derailed
Oh my
him.
god, I'm sorry. I was like, I remember him talking about the woods, but where did it go from
So
there?
Chance has 500 acres that he's running around as a small child.
Yeah, just absolutely losing my mind.
Killing snakes, some
Killing
of which might
snakes,
be
making
endangered.
torches. I made a few torches. That was a good one. I would use the pine needles. I would grind them down as hard as I can for like the oil out of them, and I'd coat the dead pine needles in it, and I'd wrap them up with. It was a good time, man.
That's like actually a useful primitive skill.
Yeah, no, I was trying to learn
Yeah.
it. It was a fun one. That
Yeah.
was a really fun one to learn.
Primitive skills, they're vastly underrated.
They really, really are. Because boy, once you get out in the woods, you realize how little there is to support you.
Yeah, good luck making a cell phone.
Good luck. No, I think the first like real spooky experience I had in those woods was probably I want to say about my freshman year of high school, probably not 3 or 4 months after we had moved into the place. And the way the house was is there was like house was here, right? And there was this tiny little outcropping and then super thick woods on this side. and then there was a big sloping hill for like 400 or 500 feet on this side, and that led into another big circle of woods. And it was a circle clearing that we lived in the middle of these woods. The driveway was about 1.5 miles long through the trees. They like grew up over the driveway like
That sounds
this.
beautiful though.
It was cool. There was an owl that would always like try to dive bomb the car as you would come in.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
he'd like scoop up right before he hit it. It was
Ghost owl.
it was a really pretty place. But
We've had that happen here.
yeah,
Like after the show, remember I was walking out to your car and we were getting dive bombed by an owl. It's happened twice.
maybe it's the same owl. He's like, I found you.
He's the spirit owl. He's your spirit animal.
Oh god, it's angry dive bombing owl. That explains a lot. So one day I decided to go down into the woods, and there's a trail on the side that slopes down, and the big clearing of trees is here. There's a trail that you can kind of break into that goes like way down deep into the woods. It goes probably like 3 miles of trail. It splits off in a couple of different directions. Right at the start of this trail, there is a farmhouse. Old, dilapidated, like old. When I say old, I mean like probably settler to America kind of old. I was with a friend at the time, actually. I forget that I had a buddy of mine with me when we went there. And we go into this house, and there is stuff scattered everywhere. The door is like this rickety piece of wood that's barely hanging on. All the wood in this place is rotted out. It's Georgia, it's humid, it rains. This wasn't treated wood, so the whole thing is like falling in on itself. The floor's broken up, the ceiling's broken up, there's like holes everywhere in it, like God rays of light are coming through as we walk in and kick up dust into the air, and there's like books and clothes and pencils and bags and like stuff, like people's actual stuff in there, like a lot of it, like someone didn't move out of this place almost. It looked like an entire family's worth of stuff. We dug through a bunch of it. We found a book that showed like tax records from the 1700s or 1800s, somewhere in there. And it was talking about like they were buying like food from the town and yada yada, and dealing with their animals and stuff. And
Really? That's cool.
Mhm.
Can I ask you, did you say how old you were when this
I was probably, it was like my freshman year of high school, so I was like 13 or 14.
Okay, so you were like a young man, young adult.
Yeah, I was just getting into the teen years there. And this is like the very first story. I continued throughout my high school career to have more experiences on this property. It did not stop. It was very
I'm excited
consistent.
for you to tell some of these, because you've told me quite a few of them, but it's been a long time.
Yeah.
So.
So we're in this house and we're looking around and we start going through all the different rooms and we find what seems to be like a master bedroom. There's like adult women's clothes and adult men's clothes in there. And there's like, what looks like almost an old satchel of some sort that's got a bunch of documents in it. And there's like scattered bits of broken furniture all around the room. We kind of identify it as a bedroom. We go back into the main room and there's another room off the other side of the house and we go in there. Kids' clothes everywhere, baby dolls everywhere, children's toys everywhere.
Was this like the site of some sort of occult practices, or
I don't know. There is
just people
another
being spooky.
I don't know. The more I think about like all the weird stuff on this property, there are some weird connections to make. There may have been some occultic stuff going on down there. It's not far out of the realm, especially where it was, because the county that I was in actually has some pretty interesting urban legends to go along with it as well. And that's something we can discuss in a little bit once we get to, there's another story I want to get to that involves a particular individual, almost like a witchy fortune teller lady from the area that got some pretty famous press, some national headlines and stuff at one point. So the area itself has some spooky history.
The nights like go over our home areas like hauntings, because if we're going to talk about the Beast of Bray Road, that I grew up not far from there, so.
Right on. Yeah. So me and my buddy, we find this kid's room. And we are unfortunately, at the time, edgy teenagers. And we all know how edgy teenagers are. We take the baby doll, rip its head off, and we take it outside, and we put it on a spike in the tree to make the tree look really spooky, and then we hang the body of the baby doll right under the head off the tree. Okay? So after that, we leave.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's standard.
That's standard,
Fair,
right?
Yeah. I would probably do something like that.
That's good stuff. It was, I'm not going to say a mistake, but it brought unforeseen consequences upon me. This is something I still deal with to this day, and I can trace it back to that exact moment when it started. And we'll get in, I'll move forward a little bit and explain that. So, me and my buddy after that go back to my house. We walk out of the woods, we walk up that big hill, we go to my house. We're both like covered in dust and dirt, and we've been digging around in this place for probably like an hour and a half to 2 hours at this point. I mean, we spent a lot of time in there. My descriptions of what was in there wasn't super crazy, but it was a lot of documents, and we were just digging through like tax records and like records from the house, basically.
Did you see dates on
any
of these?
Like late 1700s, early 1800s.
That's cool.
Nuts.
And all of it was like well preserved too. It was really interesting. It was like that house got transported out of time and placed there for us to walk into it. It was really a weird place. There were more other little farmhouses on the property too. There's another particular one that I find very interesting. I'll talk about as we move down this trail, because literally these stories just go down this trail as you walk down it. We get back to my house, and my buddy ends up leaving like 30 minutes later. I'm like covered in dust and dirt and mud and Georgia red clay, because that stuff just gets on everything and doesn't come off. And I'm like, I think it's time for me to take a shower. So I go to take a shower, right? I go in my bathroom, which, and this is very important, locks from the inside. Okay?
You mean like all bathrooms?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I go in my bathroom and I lock it from the inside. I get ready for my shower. I toss my clothes into a pile in the corner. Okay? Get in my shower. Take my shower. Get out of my shower. I notice there's no longer a pile of clothes in the corner. My door remains locked and has not been opened. I wrap my towel around myself and I open my door. I look down my hallway, and about 20 feet down my hallway to my left is my pile of clothes, sitting there like it had gotten chucked out of my bathroom hastily and thrown down there. Okay?
Who else is in the house?
My parents.
Okay.
My parents at the time, and that was it. My buddy had left, and they were sitting in the living room watching TV at the time.
It's not like it got moved to the laundry machine. This just got...
It got moved in the opposite direction of the laundry machine, actually.
Okay.
Laundry machine, I like that. You got the laundry sauce?
The washer?
So it ends up 20 feet down the hall to my left, and that freaks me out. I'm like, okay, I have made a mistake. I have brought something from that house back with me. I have since learned, I think I have brought like the most jokestery spirit known to man along for the ride with me for the past like decade. All right. Ever since that day, I'll lose stuff. I'll be walking down the street with my phone in my pocket. Okay. And I'll get home and my phone will no longer be in my pocket. And I freak out and I'm like, where's my phone? I have no idea where it is. And I look around. I'll tear my room apart. I'll look on my desk, on my bed, next to my computer, up on one of my shelves. I'll go out in my car. I'll look in the seats. I'll look under the seats. And then I'll go to sleep, freaking out like, oh, I've lost my phone. I'm going to have to go buy a new phone, right? The next morning, however, I'll end up going out to my car to go into town. And I'll look in my driver's seat. My phone will be right there in my driver's seat where I've already looked. And that happens with a vigorous amount of things more than just my phone, very consistently, and things always reappear in places that I've already looked, and I absolutely attribute it to whatever I brought home
fairies,
with me
man.
that day has just been playing jokes, because things, I've lost things, like I've lost, actually, oh my god, this just triggered something. I think this thing saved my life one day. I was living in an apartment at one point, and I was cooking dinner, and stove was on, and I'd gone to do laundry, and I had left my apartment with my laundry card in my hand, okay? Like, in my hand as I'm holding the basket. And I get out to the laundry thing, and my laundry card is nowhere to be found. Absolutely just not anywhere. It's not in my pocket.
Is it just the card to get into the...
Yeah, it's the charge card for the washing machines.
Oh, okay.
In there, basically. They had a little laundromat they ran.
Is it to get in? Like, does it allow
No,
you
it just
access?
holds your money.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the door was open. Honestly, it was a freaky apartment. Anyone could walk in at any time. We had non-residents in there all the time, but whatever. That's
Yeah.
neither here nor there. I lived on a bad side of town. Man, this freaks me out, because I actually attribute this to that whatever entity I brought back with me. I freak out, and I'm like, I can't pay for my laundry. Where is this card? I just had it. It's not in my hands. It didn't fall in the washer. So I grab my clothes and I start walking back to my apartment, and I don't see it on the path there. And I went to open my door, and it was locked. I didn't remember locking it. I probably locked it, but that's a moot point. I reached in my pocket to grab my keys. Lo and behold, my laundry card is in my pocket now. It's in my back
Weird.
pocket. But I'm still like, I feel like I should go inside right now. Something seems off about this whole situation. I open the door, and the food on the stove is on fire, touching the ceiling.
Say that one more time.
The food that I had left on the stove, I was going to be gone for like 5 minutes. I had
Was
left
on
some
the
food.
ceiling.
No, it was on fire. The fire was touching the
There was
ceiling.
a fire in the
Oh,
apartment.
okay. I was like, why was
There was a
food
fire in
touching-
my apartment. Yeah. I left with that card in my hand, got to the laundromat. It
was
wasn't in
telling
my
you to come
hand
back.
or my pockets. I get back to my door. I pull out my keys, and it's in my pocket again. And then I open my door to a fire.
So you were able to get the fire out?
I was able to get the
without-
fire out. Yeah.
You had an extinguisher? Or...
It was not bad. I moved it over to the sink, sat it in the sink, and just slowly poured. It was like whatever liquid I had in there had caught.
Oh, that's, my mother would say that's a God thing,
It was something, man.
I always hesitate to attribute anything to God, but I mean, not anything, but,
No, I know what you mean.
Well, actually, what I mean is don't take the Lord's name in vain. Like that, people misrepresent that commandment to mean like don't say God or Jesus Christ or whatever. When really what it means is don't attribute things to God.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I never thought of it like that.
What it means is like don't say like in God's name we're going to war or something.
Okay.
Like you don't do things like that. But it very much kind of sounds like that.
Yeah, I absolutely. I have more. The phone example, imagine that with
So,
any item you can think of, because that's how it is.
To be fair,
Like,
you are a very forgetful guy, and
Yes.
you know that.
Yes.
Like I'm not, to be rational.
No, I
and-
absolutely
We have to
Yeah.
make him a chance section of things to give
Yeah,
back.
You forget stuff in the studio all the time.
No doubt.
But I've only heard you laughingly occasionally say, "Oh, it's my ghost" or something. I've heard you say that before, but you don't attribute every little thing you lose to that.
Not every little thing, just there are certain instances that I can almost tell Like when things like I've had my knife. I carry around knives a lot. Like
Pocket knife.
Yeah,
Well, it's
all
a
the time. All the
butterfly
time.
knife, but
And I've had them disappear for like months at a time, only to reappear like on my desk in front of me.
well, that's what I've noticed more than anything. It's not the fact that you lose things, because you lose things all the time. That doesn't shock me that you lose things. What gets me is things seem to boomerang back to you more than any human I've ever known.
Yeah, and I absolutely attribute that to whatever entity is following me around. I cannot explain it
I mean, it
any other
sounds
way.
helpful.
No, it
You
is. I
know?
thank it every time. It freaked me out in the beginning, but I have learned that it has saved my bacon, man. That thing is
Well,
whatever it is. It is
something's
helpful.
looking out for you.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know. It's a jokester, but I always get stuff back like when I need it too. Like I've like stuff like if I actually need something, boom, right there. It's a freaky one, man. I don't know. It sounds crazy, right? I don't know.
Little bit.
But
But I know the feeling because I've been
It
there. I've
sounds
had stuff like
crazy.
that happen.
I've had other people see this stuff, you know, not just you guys, but just like other people have seen this stuff just pop up. Like other people have also looked in a spot and then it will pop up in that spot. And it's like, what?
See, I can't purport. I mean, we spend a lot of time hanging out, and I can't purport to have ever seen that happen. But I've also, to your credit, I haven't seen you. Every little thing you lose and find, you don't go like, "Oh, thank my ghost," you know. I haven't seen you do that. There's been again, bite your knife. Maybe I've heard you joke about it.
Anytime that I've
but-
said it's my ghost, I have meant it's my ghost 100%. I when I say that, I mean it. That's legitimate. Oh, dude, Breck, that is a genius idea, but the problem is I think he's using it to make collect calls overseas. All right.
Can you still make collect calls? Let's go
don't
back to
know.
old tech. 1-800 call collect or whatever.
It was like, yeah, 1-800-CALLATT.
Yeah, there's 1-800 collect.
Oh man, collect calls are wacky.
You just gotta, when they were automated, you just gotta get a message in really quick when it's the name.
The name, yep.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Pick me up at the school.
Right.
What's your name? Pick me up at the school.
Oh man, I've had some actual spooky incidents on that property too. I've got one in particular in mind. There was a night, and you guys hear a lot about like the more that you look into paranormal things, the more apt you are for the paranormal things to find you, and yada yada, right? You've heard similar things
Yeah.
to that. So I think thought has a lot of power to it, and during the time of the story, that was a thought that was of a lot of prevalence in my mind.
So
right?
time out. We talked about the seeker finding, for lack of a better term, last week in terms of the Patterson-Gimlin footage. I said they were out looking for Bigfoot, and they found it. And that's usually how you find things. And you actually disagreed with me here, and you said, no, I tend to find things when I'm not looking for. Which I can agree with that too, don't get me wrong. But you just conflicted yourself a little bit, and also I think you might have been alluding to your ghost.
I lost my train of thought.
It's okay. Oh, so by the way, you might have seen it in some of the graphics, because we're updating them. Big move. We're gonna go to Thursday nights. We're moving the show to Thursday nights, which, I know doing a show this late on a Thursday is something really hard to catch, but we're not gonna do it this late. We're moving it up 2 hours, and we're moving to Thursdays. It just works out better personally for us. I think we'll be more awake and alert and not yawning at the end of the show. Just given the way our schedules work. And I think our hope is to get away from Friday nights where there's a whole lot of competition for small channels. It's probably the wrong night to decide to do this, but we still want to do it, at night as the call-in show that it is. Same show, just we're moving over to Thursdays starting next week. I think we're starting next week, right guys?
Yeah.
Okay. And it'll be on that's 4 o'clock Central Time, 6 o'clock Pacific Time. Usually run 4 to 5 hours, so.
For Chance, what were you talking about?
You okay?
I don't remember. Yeah, I'm good.
I think he was trying to remember his story.
So I can tell you a spooky story, kind of, about.
Actually, hit me. That would hurt right now.
You right? You want to lay down?
I'm chilling.
Okay.
I'll probably hit the floor before I do.
Okay. So I have a UFO story that is, like we were talking about in chat here, it's verifiable because I went back to an old friend who was there with me when I saw it. I was very young, 4th grade. I think it was band sign-ups in 4th grade. And it was after school. My parents, my mom, and many other parents were there signing kids up to play an instrument for a band. And I wanted to try to play the saxophone. I don't play the saxophone. I learned I have no musical talent. I got an ear for music, but that's about it. Play a couple riffs on the harmonica. And while they were signing us up in the incredibly hot gymnasium, because the school was new and the AC wasn't running yet, we were out back a ways behind the school, and that's where we would have like recess. There was a field out there, and it was separated from the school pretty far. There was a playground, a field. I was out there with a couple of my friends, 2 of them in particular that I was real close to, and they were playing like football, and I'm not a big sports guy. I wasn't really playing, so I was looking up at the sky, and it was that time of day. It was about twilight, like the sun wasn't up, and if it was like over like the treetops, because we were in shadow, but there was no stars in the sky. There was enough light that you really couldn't see any stars, and I saw a very bright light in the sky, and I was a pretty smart kid, I'd like to think, so I was looking at it thinking, I wonder what planet that is. It's got to be a planet. It's way too bright to be a star at this time of day. And as I'm looking at it, I saw it just kind of twinkle out, and it was out of the sky, and I was like, that's really weird. What was that? At this point, as I'm thinking about that and looking at the sky, friends are playing touch football, right? And I see, whoop, same light comes up in a different portion of the sky. And I'm like, that's really weird. What is this? So I yell at my friends. I say, hey, stop playing. You got to check this out. I can remember standing on this little hilltop overlooking the field and being like, look up, watch that. Let's see if it did a thing. It's really weird. And they looked up and they're watching it. And in the sky, all of a sudden, whoop, it goes off again. And they're like, yeah, okay, what was it? I don't know. It didn't look like anything special. It looked like a star or something. Like, do you see any other stars in the sky? You couldn't see any stars in the sky at this point. This is when everybody's still looking, and again, whoop, it shows up in another spot in the sky. And these spots were not in a line. It essentially formed a triangle if you were to draw a line in between the spots where it had popped up. So there it is in the sky, and they're like, whoa, that's really weird. And then whoop, it goes off again. And that was it. I never saw it. Well, that's not the end of the story, but that was all I had seen. So I don't know what it was. So it's a UFO. It's unidentified. It was unidentified to me then. It's still unidentified to me now.
Or beckons.
Okay.
Oh no.
We're gonna do this. So.
Everyone.
Your face isn't on. It's just like your legs. I remember going in, and then I didn't know what to tell my mom about it. And I remember telling her, if I saw a UFO and I told you, would you believe me? She goes, yeah, I would believe you. I'm like, okay, well, here's what I saw, and I explained it to her. I don't know, how old are you in 4th grade typically? 6 or 7? Okay.
No, because my youngest is 8 in 2nd grade.
Maybe a little. If you want to move your head, we could try to move the mic down.
I'll be back up in a sec.
Okay.
Yeah,
So, I had told my mom about it, and then years later, after graduating high school, a friend of mine that was there and had seen it, TJ was his name. I'll say his name. TJ, if you're out there, hi.
Hi, TJ.
Yeah. Give me a call, man. Hope you're doing well. I had conferred with him, and again, I do this to you, Jacqueline, all the time, and I try to ask you a question without prompting you about what you had seen if I'm trying to verify what I had seen. We saw an animal recently, and I asked you, what had you seen? And I was looking for a particular trait, but I didn't want to ask the leading question. Like, did it have a ringtail in this instance? But, so I had asked TJ, what do you remember of that night? What did you see? And he basically confirmed exactly what I just retold, is that he had seen a star in the sky twinkle out, and he had seen it come up elsewhere in the sky. Now, they didn't see that first one. That was just me. But I saw it, and I saw that it wasn't moving in a straight line. The other weird thing that night, and I'm not sure if it was related or not, but maybe it was, and as a kid in my head, I thought maybe it was. I wasn't completely fantastical about it, but I had seen helicopters flying, and they almost looked like military helicopters flying overhead.
Oh, that's related, no doubt.
And I wasn't near an like a military airspace. Like, closest thing I was to might have been like Great Lakes Naval Base, but it's a naval base. I don't know what it was. I just know
the Navy has the Blue Angels and stuff, so.
Yeah, I know it wasn't a star. It wasn't a planet.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
It wasn't visible when it wasn't giving off light, and it was too bright for stars yet. And I had seen like a pair of helicopters fly over following that.
That's
It's a cool story too.
the helicopters really that lends some validity into that not being just like a
Regular
star or something. Like,
sighting.
that's funky, man. The fact that the choppers came in after it, man.
Well,
Right.
I appreciate that you think it lends validity to it, because that is always a portion of the story I've put to the back of my mind. Like, even in retelling it, it was the last thing I said, because I don't really know if it was related or not. I just know what I saw. I know I saw some helicopters after that.
If there's anything I've learned from living where we live, it is that the presence of helicopters means something is going
Yeah,
down.
which
Yeah,
is
that's
often
true.
nowadays. Lots of helicopters. I only have a couple of crazy stories that I can think of off the top of my head. Sorry.
No, you're okay. If you're gonna tell a story, I just want
No,
to be
the
heard.
only thing I can think of, well, the one out of the two is when I was 15, we'd all gone to the movies at a big mall that had just been built. I'm from Houston, so it was Katy Mills Mall had just been built. It's huge. And we had gone to the movies, and the movies ended, and it was late. The mall was closed. Everybody was leaving. My friends are like, "Hey, you gonna leave?" And I was like, "No, I'm waiting for my mom." And a ton of time had gone by. Like, she was pretty late, and I didn't know what to do. I'm sitting there all by myself. It's a scary parking lot. And all of a sudden, this lady comes out of nowhere. The mall's closed. I don't know where she came from. She's in a wheelchair. And she comes up and she starts talking to me, and she's calming me down, telling me like, "Hey, it's okay. Everything will be all right. Your mom will show." And just got me feeling really comfortable, and we were all good. And about 15, 20 minutes comes by. My mom, shows up, and I go to the car, and I thank the lady, "Thank you for sitting with me," And my mom's like, "Who are you talking to?" And I'm like, the lady in the wheelchair. Like, she can't go anywhere. She's in a wheelchair. And my mom's like, "Nobody's there." So who was I talking to for 15 to 20 minutes outside the mall to make me feel safe?
I've had a similar experience to that.
It's freaky.
Let me just ask. So, when your mom showed up to pick you up, did you just get in the car?
Well, no, I said, "I thank you so much for sitting with me." I figured, she would maybe roll, no, that sounded mean, go back into the mall. I didn't know where she had come from. And it's an empty parking lot, given it's closed up. Nobody is there. there's no reason why 2 seconds later, after I had just said bye to her and, I'm telling my mom, that lady just sat with me and she's looking at me like I'm nuts.
So I guess what I'm asking is when she tells you nobody's there, were you still in view? Like, did you turn to see her?
Yeah, I turned to look and she was gone.
She was gone. Okay, that's what I was getting at.
Like, there was nothing there. Like, nobody had ever been there. Mall was still dark. The whole parking lot was dark. I mean, where did the old lady in a wheelchair come to sit with me? I don't know. It was crazy.
Spooky wheelchair lady, man. That's funky.
But it was right at a time when I was feeling really scared. And maybe something would have happened that night had I not felt like I was with somebody. I don't know. It was scary.
I feel it was like an angel thing, like an angelic presence.
Possibly just like some kind of protection. I don't know. And it wasn't anybody that I recognized. I mean, it was just a random lady. I just assumed she was being nice to sit with me. It's very, very strange. Yeah.
There's...
Your whispers aren't picking up, but Chance is baffled.
Right. So I got one more for you. So when my oldest daughter was about 5 years old, we were living in a townhouse and stuff, and we were like, we really want to move into a house. And so I had started working at a real estate company, and they told me there was this house that was like a decent sized house. It had a basement, everything. We were in Colorado, and they're like, we can get it for you really cheap. And I'm like, okay, what's the catch? There was a murder in the house.
Oh, no.
And they're like, okay, all you have to do is kind of go in and clean up. And we're like, okay, how bad could it be? So we go in, we clean up a lot of the stuff, we repaint, we start moving in, and weird things. The first night we were there, in the middle of the night, we get a bang on the door. We're like, what is happening?
Can you back up? Like, you cleaned up the scene.
Yeah.
You cleaned up the murder scene.
Yeah.
You didn't just clean up the house. It wasn't just like...
No, it was like the blood smears on the wall. I mean, it was pretty bad. And in my head, I was like, I've cleaned houses for years. This is nothing. It was a lot. But the first night we were there, we get a bang on the door in the middle of the night. We all come running up the stairs, and it's the cops. And they're like, we're looking for this guy. He, came from this house, blah, blah, blah. And we think he's, staying in the empty house. Well, when we had started moving things in, we had noticed that there was like blankets and some weird stuff left on one of the bedroom floors. So maybe he was staying in the house. So the cops leave. They realize he's not there, whatever. And about a week goes by, and I get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. And the house was tri-level. So there was like a living room, a basement, and then the bedrooms were upstairs. So I'm going out in the middle part to go towards the bathroom. And I walk out and I see a figure like in the living room. I could see it. It was moving, everything. So I'm thinking, oh crap, we're getting robbed. So I run back to the room, and my ex-husband walks out, and he's like, what's happening? And he sees it. And so, he flips on the light switch really fast because, we're freaking out. We're like going to yell at him, and nobody was there. It was completely gone. Well, about a week after that, we catch my oldest daughter getting up in the middle of the night, and I could hear something. So I go to look, and I walk down to the kitchen, and there's these little feet prints all the way from the kitchen to her bedroom. And we go in, and she's on the floor, given 5 years old, with flour, baking soda, everything to like make cookies, eggs, things that she would not have possibly known because for one, I don't bake.
Maybe the spirit of the trap house got into her, and she was
It's
about
possible.
to whip it in the kitchen, man.
Well, we catch her, and she's like breaking the eggs into a bowl. And well, actually it wasn't a bowl. It was what she thought was a bowl, because I'm pretty sure she was somehow sleepwalking. She's breaking the eggs and stuff like onto the floor. And we're like, hey, what are you doing? And she's like, well, Susie told me I had to make the cookies. And we're like, oh God, she's got a ghost friend.
Susie's just
And
a
she
spooky
starts
name.
talking about this little girl, Susie, and how she talks to her all the time. And I'm like, I never thought that would be my kid. Like, this is crazy. Well, I started, I worked at the real estate company. I started looking more into it. Well, the little girl that had been murdered in that house by her father was named Suzanne. And we started just having weird things. We had a guy move into the basement part so we could kind of like sublet the rent and stuff. So he was taking a shower right after he moved in. And he runs upstairs and he's still wrapped in the towel. And he's like, did you turn the hot water off, or why are you messing with the lights, this and that? I'm like, nobody messed with the lights. And he's like, no, it went pitch black while I was taking the shower and the water went stone cold. And he's like, I could see the hand reach into the bathroom. And I'm like, no, nobody was down there. Like, my daughter was at school. Nobody was there other than me, and I was upstairs. And things like that started happening. Within like 2 or 3 months, we had decided to go ahead and move because it was scary.
I can imagine.
So we move out and we go back to get our mail. And the house has the blinds up because we had cleaned everything out and we left everything open and clean. And we pull up to get our mail and you can see somebody walking through the house. And so we go up and we're trying to look in the windows because, we're like, what is this? There was something in that house, but as soon as we got up to where we could try to look at it better, it was completely gone. All I can say is right after we moved out of that house, Susie disappeared. Susie was no longer talking to her and telling her what to do.
Oh, that's spooky, man. Oh,
so that's
my
all I got for you
God.
tonight. But
Oh,
those
that's
are the
good.
ones that
No,
were
that's-
probably the most terrifying.
That's, oh my God.
Because that house, we never really felt, it always felt like somebody was there and watching you. And we even got like wood pieces to stick in all the windows. I had my friend come bless the house, with sage. And we bought these stones and sat them in the window. And we're like, anything and everything we could think of. We prayed over the house, and it didn't stop. And like weird things were happening all the time. It was probably the only house we lived in where my oldest got really, really sick to the point where on her birthday she ended up in the hospital. And we argued a lot in that house. Like there was a lot of aggression in that house. Like we would just snap at each other. Even when we would like leave the house, everything seemed like fun and happy. And we would go back and it was like instant, just like you felt mad.
It's literally like the horror movie trope of the original scene replaying itself with the new family.
It was a real thing.
Man.
And like
Oh
even
my
the behavior
God.
in my oldest kid, she would change. She would get different and moody and I could feel it with all of us. And I'm like, we got to get out of this house. It's a scary situation.
Oh man.
And that whole street was messed up. There had been 2 other suicides on the street. It was just a weird
That's
place to
strange.
live.
I wonder what the history of the location is.
Right? I agree. Especially because it was so close to like the bases and everything. I don't know what was there prior, but that was a scary house. And I never was one to like believe in stuff like that until my kid, starts telling me some really freaky stuff.
The fact that you confirmed, like you were able to match up Susie to Suzanne is what makes that so just...
You learned the name after the fact.
Yeah, I had no
After
idea. I
she was already
hadn't
saying
really
Susie.
wanted to look into the case because of what we were cleaning up. I mean, it was gruesome. I knew there had been a child involved.
He had murdered his daughter specifically? Or was
The
there somebody
mom
else?
and the daughter.
Okay.
And
He killed himself?
no.
No.
He was like arrested and in prison.
Oh.
Okay.
So I don't really know like why those would have stayed in the house, but after cleaning it up and stuff, I was like, oh, I'm not going to look into it. It's too morbid. And then when she started acting like that and stuff, I was like, all right, so maybe I look into the names of the people that owned it and this and that. And that's when I found out Suzanne, who probably went by Susie because she's a little kid, was most likely the kid that was talking to my kid. It was, I don't know.
You
I don't know
say
if
you
that's
don't.
real.
You say you don't have ghost stories, and then you drop that banger on me, dude.
Did she say that?
Well, I was like, I don't know if they're any good.
No, I mean, that's about as intense as it gets.
Oh my God.
I mean, once we left that house, it really was like everything had gone back to normal. And I left that job, everything about it behind. Because it just, something was wrong. And that house had been empty for like 9 or 10 months. It hadn't been quite a year. And they hadn't had like electricity. And so this house always had the smell of
Dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
no matter.
Dead don't go away.
The carpets were professionally cleaned and things like that. There was only one stain at the bottom of the staircase
They
going to
should
the
have changed the
basement.
carpets.
They should have. That's ridiculous. That
Well, they shouldn't have
didn't.
had you clean it to
Yeah.
begin with.
Well,
And- well,
it
it was-
falls on the
deal.
homeowner. To
We got
clean
the
it.
cleaning deal because we didn't have to pay the deposit. So in our minds, being I was probably 21, 22 years old, and I don't have a lot of money, and I'm sitting there like, okay, I don't have to pay a $1,200 deposit. I'll clean it. It's worth doing it.
Professional crime scene cleanups can run upwards of 10 grand too.
It was probably something I'll never forget.
I can imagine. No, that would haunt me.
I kind of hope I never have to see stuff like that again.
I say I'm skeptical of this stuff, and then I hear that like stories like that, and that's such an intense story, and there's no way I could deny
Enough.
your experience with it, you know. And if I was in that situation, if I was in your situation, I'd be like, yeah, okay, you know, yeah, there's ghosts and energy and all that. I guess I just haven't had I haven't had that experience. I don't think anybody's had
Well, and
that
they didn't
experience.
seem harmful. In fact, I mean, most of the time, my oldest would be giggling in her room and almost sounded like she was just playing.
Yeah.
Given it was very creepy to hear that down the hall, knowing she was in there by herself. And I was never hurt in the house other than being like frightened, you know, like the figure in the living room and our roommate having the water and the hand reach in to flick the lights. Like that was the things that were freaky. And he literally moved out faster than we did.
Yeah.
He was like, you know, I love you guys and everything. Is like, I'm sorry to up and leave. And he found a place like within
Where
a
was
few
he
days.
living in the house?
In the basement area.
So I kind of like I have some understanding of this kind of lore, right? You guys know the stone tape theory? You watch any ghost show, they might bring it up. The stone tape theory is kind of a throwback term that refers to tape as a recording mechanism, that stone or other materials might act as a recording mechanism for energies and spirits and events that happen in or around them, which whether that theory itself is true or if it's just doing the wrong math and coming to the same conclusion that energy can stick around in some form.
That makes sense though.
Well, what's weird is
Do you have any ferrous
You said he was in the basement too,
the
right?
area where the mom had been killed was at the bottom of the staircase going, you know, into the basement. And to the right of the bottom of the staircase is where the bathroom was. And I'm wondering, like, during the fight and everything that happened, like I said, I don't know much about the murder, but I'm wondering from what we had seen and stuff, like with the blood smears, maybe she had been reaching into the bathroom to like grab something, the light switch, something, and it's
grabbing
something
the
that
wall.
just keeps happening. I don't know. That was the
Ooh,
only
play.
area of the house too that we couldn't get the full blood stain out because it was a pool. We just know that
got
that's
in
where
the
she
subfloor of
had
that
to have passed. And so at that point we had that part of the carpet ripped up, but unfortunately the concrete under it was also stained. And we tried different things to get that up and it just couldn't. And so we ended up putting a rug there. But you always know it's there. And it just, that part of I really didn't want to ever go down there. That's why we rented that space out. He was, he had his own living room down there, bedroom, and a bathroom. And I didn't go down there. It was freaky. I don't know. That house is,
Where was the majority of the cleanup?
Floor
Was it
back in.
and the young girl had been killed in her bedroom, which was also my child's room. And then the mother was killed at the bottom of the staircase going to the basement area.
Yeah, I mean that.
I don't know if maybe
it's just
she had
because the
tried to
energy
run
was
or what.
there.
I don't
I've
know.
also heard like anytime you get closer to earth or groundwater, moving water, stuff like that. It's what they say anyway. Again, I don't even know. I'm not the biggest, believer in this stuff, but that's what they say is moving water. I know Chance has mentioned like water memory and stuff like that has some sort of memory to it. Acts as a portal.
I mean, I don't know what it could have been. Like maybe they just didn't leave that house. Like maybe there was something there that they needed to finish. I don't even know if that's what I believe. So I don't know. All I know is I've never lived in a home that I wanted to leave faster. And I mean, we moved from there to a tiny, tiny apartment just to get out. At that point, we didn't even care for the house anymore. We would have just gone anywhere.
Right.
It was scary. You didn't even want to sleep there at night.
Well, I out of our 3 stories, can we agree, Chance, she wins?
Oh yeah.
Unanimous vote, you win.
Oh,
I can't
yeah.
top it.
I can't. I've got stuff that maybe gets halfway there, but I can't.
I'm hoping our stream's staying steady, but our upstream is just bouncing all over today. And this, honestly, this is part of our decision to go to Thursdays. I think we might get better treatment on the servers because they're less busy. And, you know, maybe with our internet connection even. Hopefully.
Yeah.
This is the second time we've seen this kind of behavior of what appears to be maybe our upstream jumping. I'm not sure.
Well, I'll tell you too. I have also got experience living in a house with a sordid past. I don't know how far I want to dive into this house because I moved after high school for college. I moved into a house that was a doctor's clinic in the Civil War. The doctor from 1865 used the house as his clinic. In the early 1900s, it got turned into a triplex, and then it got turned back into a single-family home shortly before I was able to get into it. And the room that I lived in, the bathroom in that room, was the operating room
That's so
inside of his
scary.
house. When we tore the bathroom floor up to redo the bathroom, the floor was a concrete slab that went the entire rectangular length with a drain right in the middle and like stains flowing into the drain.
Where all the blood went. Oh, gross.
And it ran straight down into the cast iron piping that we had to remove.
Just go down into the earth? Or did it?
No, it went into sewer.
Okay.
Yeah, it went into sewer. Which, lovely, right?
Yeah.
I'll tell one short experience that I had at that house because I had a lot there, and I don't know how much time we want to dive into that with, but I had
as long as you want, man.
right on.
We could do this all night.
Right?
I'm okay with it as long as, you know,
That house
are good with it.
was still set up like a triplex. I lived on one wing of the house, like one side of it over here. And I had a big, like, living room area. I had a front area that was like an octagonal, like, turret almost, like off a castle. It was really interesting. It was like this big glass turret
That's
that you
cool.
could, yeah, it was super cool. And then there was a closet, a doorway that led to a bathroom, a bedroom, and another room that was currently being worked on. It was being finished. And in that hallway, if you were to look at the right to the room that was being finished, you would see a window that was illuminated. It was backlit by our neighbors' motion lights in their garage.
It could be freaky.
It was freaky because one night at like 3 a.m, I decided it's finally time for my insomniac ass to get to bed. And I walk through my closet and I get to that little
Sounds
intersection.
like some Narnia stuff. I walked through my closet.
Yeah, no, it was just I used that little
Through my
transitionary
wardrobe.
room as a closet. It was dope. I need another walk-in closet in my life. That was nice,
Right.
man.
The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe should have just been, there's 3 characters minus the ward. Like, it should be the Lion and the Witch just changing clothes the whole
That's funny.
Make a parody.
I'm gonna make a cheap Android game.
That's good.
Dress your Lion and Witch.
And Witch.
In the wardrobe.
Nornior.
Okay, sorry, finish your story. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place.
No, you're good. We're all over the place. So I walk through that room and it's like super late. My neighbor's motion lights are on. I look to my right. In that window frame, which has a backlight on it, there is what looks to be the figure of a human being wearing a wide-brimmed hat and like a thick overcoat standing in front of the window. I go, huh, man, it's probably just construction supplies stacked in front of the window. I'm gonna go to bed, man. And I went to bed. Got a little spooked. I wrote it off. I went to bed. The next morning, I wake up and I remained spooked for the rest of the day. When I walked back through that area and that window's view was completely and totally unobstructed, there was not a thing in front of it.
That's freaky.
Shadow people.
Shadow people, man. Very specifically the Hat Man.
But you were
That's
like fully
freaky.
awake. Like it's not like you were
I was
in some sort of
fully
like
awake.
half asleep state.
I had just gotten done with like probably a 15-hour long session of League of Legends because that's all I did with my
Maybe
time
you
back
were
then.
hallucinating.
Honestly.
They don't sponsor us, Chance. What are you doing?
10 cent, give me some cash.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, League of Legends, please contact us. You could do like info@darkdial.com.
Yeah, that was I have a history of living in spooky houses. Even the house I'm in now had a death happen in it before I moved in.
Like a natural.
Yeah.
That's less scary.
Less scary, but still, like
It still freaks me out though.
I've followed a trend of living in some really spooky places my entire life.
I have no idea about my house, our house. I don't.
Well, I
don't
do
know
know
history.
about the
I know it was
neighbors
built
in
in
the
the 80s.
house next door. So apparently the
Oh,
one right
God.
next to us has
Can we
had
open
a
up
suicide.
calls real quick before
Yeah, go for it.
Because that's not even our story. We'll go ahead and open up calls if you want to call us, talk about
Talk
any
about your
spooky ghost stories.
Tell us ghost stories. They don't even have to
Yeah.
be real. Just make them fun. They don't even
So
have to be
next door
fun.
did
Just
have a suicide,
do
and
it.
then the house over from there, apparently like 20 years ago, somebody broke through the back fence, broke into the house, and assaulted the woman living there and like killed her.
Oh dear God.
So that's like just in the houses on our
No,
street.
I mean you're.
Given that's all hearsay from a neighbor who may or may not be right about it. I don't know.
You're sweetening that story. They broke in and raped some old lady and then
Yes.
killed her.
But then just since, you've lived on this street, there's been a drive-by shooting. So
Yeah, nobody
from a
died. It was just some
Yeah, he was
nut.
just a crazy guy. I'm pretty sure it was a domestic incident and he went nuts.
It was. Yeah, he was arguing with his girlfriend. He went nuts and then started driving up and down the street.
Yeah, I
Which
don't know, it's
literally
crazy.
earlier that day I was talking about how it's like safer here than Chicago, but
Not all the time.
Oh man, well it's been getting wacky out here, but that's neither here nor there.
Right. I think the only other weird, creepy story I think of is when I was 8. I had just turned 8. 2 weeks later, my dad had passed away. And we were going to bury him in Texas, but we were in Florida. And so we had gone home. It had been like a day or two. And I was sleeping with my mom. My sister had come in. And we're all cuddling on the bed. And in the middle of the night, at some point, I thought I was dreaming. I could see the rocking chair in my mom's room rocking back and forth. And it was my dad sitting there, and he kept saying, like, it's okay, you're going to be fine, and it doesn't hurt anymore. And I'm like 8 years old. I'm like, okay, this is freaky. I didn't really understand what was happening anyways. I didn't know he was gone forever. In my head, it was like, okay, eventually he'll come back because he was in the hospital a lot. So I'm thinking, okay, he'll come back. Well, the next morning, my mom starts saying she was crying to my older sister. And I'm like, why is everybody crying? Other than I wasn't understanding. And they were like, we saw him in the rocking chair last night. And I'm like, wait, I saw him in the rocking chair last night. And then I'm thinking like, maybe he was really there. But they're crying and I'm not really understanding. I think he did come to us at some point in a weird way to all three of us just to let us know, like, somehow it was gonna be okay. I don't know.
My family, something very similar happened to my father with my grandfather. It
Before
wasn't
you hit
directly,
that,
yeah.
I just because sometimes I'm not paying attention or maybe I missed this. How long after your father's death was this?
I want to say like 1 or 2 days.
Okay.
He had passed away when I was
Like
at
maybe he
school
wasn't
one
gone
day.
yet?
And well, no, he died on the operating
No,
table
I mean
in the
like
surgery.
maybe his spirit wasn't gone yet.
Yeah, like maybe he just needed
Had
to
to say
let us
goodbye.
know. I don't know. And I've never had anything like that with him since. I've never felt like he was there anymore. I think he is somewhere else. I think he's crossed over and he's just gone.
That's not even a spooky story. It's kind of just it's a heartwarming one.
I mean, I saw that rocking chair move though, so I don't know. Was it a spirit? Maybe I was completely dreaming, but do 3 people have the same dream?
Well, that's, my experiences with this have always been in my dreams. But I know it's not quite a dream.
But even when I've had dreams growing up, at this point, I'm, older. I don't really have many memories of him that are clear. So even when I dream about him and stuff, there's not really like a face that shows it, or even a voice that I can remember that sounds familiar.
Like the idea of...
It's like, okay, in my head, it's like, okay, I know that that's somehow a father figure. That's my father, but there's no real face to it or a voice to it anymore. I don't know. It's weird.
Just a reminder, before we get back to whatever you were going to say, Chance, lines are open, 857-32-D-DIAL. That's 857-323-3425. You can go to darkdial.com and click the call now button if you're on phone.
Or PC, it might open Skype for you.
Yeah, if you got Magic Jack app on your PC, you could probably do that too. You can sign up for the forums when you're there, and find us on all the socials. We've been talking for a while, so I will do an appeal to you, the viewer, to please like and subscribe.
Like, subscribe, and
follow
get
on
notifications. Or if you're on Rumble, follow.
Or X. We should be on X. I'm not monitoring it right now, but we could really use the help. So.
Oh yeah.
Always.
And we want to know if you got any spooky stories.
Bring us the ghosts.
Yeah. I think this is the first time we've talked about ghosts.
Ghosts, like straight up ghosts, yeah.
I know Marty called once, and we had a caller talk about ghosts, but we haven't gone into the topic, so.
Yeah. So, my grandfather, he died of a heart attack, while he was at work one day. And during that day, at some point, my grandmother had been talking to the neighbor girl while he was at work. I don't know if this was before or after he had passed. But my grandmother had spoken to the neighbor girl, like small child, like probably like 5 or 6 at the time. And she was looking in the garage of my grandmother's house, and she looked at my grandmother and she said, "Why is Don crying?" And Don was my grandfather's name. She saw my grandfather sitting in my grandmother's garage crying the day that he passed.
That's freaky.
That one always, like, I get goosebumps talking about that one. It gets me.
I'm definitely a believer that before or after people pass, before they move on, there's a period there where they might stick around just to look over everyone one last time, you know?
No, I'm with that.
I wish it happened with everybody that I've like lost and stuff. Like I wish sometimes I could have closure with some of them, but I was happy at, a child's age. I was 8 years old, the same age as my youngest, to be able to have some kind of memory of like, hey, it was okay. He was okay. Because growing up, he was diabetic. He was in the hospital pretty much my entire childhood. He was in and out, in and out. He didn't eat well. He was always in ketoacidosis, and he did it to himself in a way. But the night before he had died, it was raining really, really hard. He was in the hospital. We had gone down to the payphone because we didn't have cell phones, and we had called the hospital, and we, told him, hey, the next day we're going to be up at, as soon as school ends, we're going to come see you, and we love you, blah, blah, blah. It's like, don't worry about it. It's raining. Get home. I'll see you the next day. Well, I get to school the next day, go through the whole day, and I get to my mom's office. I walked there after school. She's like, hey, go call your dad, tell him we're on our way. And I'm like, okay. I call the hospital number and somebody else answers the phone. And being 8 years old, I'm like, oh God, I called the wrong number, and I hang up. And she's like, Jacqueline, go call again and just ask. Maybe he's in for testing or something. I'm like, okay. So I go back in to go call. And right when I do, my older brothers walk in. And they had called the house phone and told my brothers over the phone that my dad had passed. Like, my brother was 16 years old. Like, you don't do that for one. So they walk in. I got scared because everybody's freaking out, and I went and hid under the desk. So it was just like, I have really weird, vivid memories of some of the things that happened that night. I remember going to like the pastor's house, things like that, and everything being really weird and not actually believing I had just talked to him 24 hours prior. It didn't make sense. And he died on an operating table in a surgery he was never scheduled for. So there was no explanation as to why he was in that surgery. Even to this day, they told my mom, he had to go in there for better lighting, and then he died right there on the table. Better lighting for what?
It sounds like a lawsuit to me.
It was crazy. And then that following couple days, again, are still a blur. But I just remember that rocking chair rocking back and forth and him being there.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they come back or if it's a hallucination that we get just to have our own piece of closure in our brains. I don't know. Sure, other people have even you had a story. Gavin's had a story. There's other people that have seen their loved ones like that before, though.
No doubt.
I don't think it's a ghost necessarily because it's not scary.
No, yeah, it's a little different.
It's not like a haunting or something. It was
Right.
it was peaceful. So I don't know. But again, I haven't ever had anything like that since. He doesn't come to dreams or anything, or if he does, he's got that blank face.
It's not a ghost or a goblin,
No.
like is on the arcade machine behind you.
No, I had. You're talking about experiences like this in Dream. I had the only time I have ever slept underneath a dream catcher was when my grandmother was in the hospital when I was a child, right before she passed. We were staying in her house and she had a dream catcher up under the bed that I was in. And I had one of the most like vivid, I don't know if I want to say profound because it was off the wall, but one of the most vivid and strange dreams I ever have had in my life under that dream catcher, and I've been trying to pull pieces out of it like over the course of my life. So basically, I am in a kayak going down a river, and all around me are just like psychedelic swirls of flowers everywhere. It's like oil slick level. Everything looks like it's flowers, but their petals are like that oil slick rainbow color everywhere. And I'm like paddling down this river. I'm in a red boat. I don't know if that has any. Like I said, I've been trying to pull significance out of this stream for like years and years and years, and I don't know what to make of it. I'm paddling down, and I'm a child. I'm like 5 to 7 when this happens. I'm paddling down the river, and all of a sudden, everything gets like really still and just stops. The river, me, the flowers. I look up at the sky, and it like whoop, unzips. And it opens up, and there is like this weird nebula of stars behind where the sky has unzipped. And this guy, like you ever see Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
Yeah.
So this is before I saw this movie. Okay, so
Like stop motion god.
Stop motion god like pokes out, and he's wearing a bowler hat, and he has like a Charlie Chaplin like look going on, which is its own weirdness. He like pokes out of the hole in the sky, and he like waves at me, and he starts like dropping stuff into the field of flowers, and then he disappears, and the sky zips back up, and then I'm just going down the river again. I don't know what to make of it. It's the only time I've ever slept under a dream catcher, and that is probably in my top 5 strangest dreams.
You need to like look up in a dream book, like what does it mean paddling down a river? What is it?
I mean, it
Just
sounds like you
something
got a
else.
glimpse behind reality.
Yeah, it
Like,
kind of felt like it too.
I had a pastor in reference to the Magi, three Magi that come and visit Jesus. He used this term about what the Magi believed, and it stuck with me. That was that, these were men who believed that the world is a cloth over a greater reality. You're seeing the protrusions of something real through the cloth,
Oh,
but it is still just a cloth that you see.
you just broke me a little bit. I like that.
So, to me, it sounds like, because I've had a similar dream once where I felt like I saw, I peeked through the veil a little bit. And, it's kind of hard to describe. Sometimes when you're explaining dreams, it's like, and then my pillow became a marshmallow and I ate it,
Right.
or whatever it is. But I can remember chasing a gremlin-like creature through a maze of like arcade machines in like an style arcade,
Yeah.
and it went into a machine that was open, and I peeked through, and suddenly I was in the arcade machine, and like it's not like I was overly small or anything, but I could see in the arcade machine, and I was like pushing some cables aside and stuff, and all of a sudden it felt like I got a glimpse behind what was the wiring of reality in a weird way.
That's interesting, man.
But
Yeah.
in reality, he had just watched Toy Story that night. And
Is that a Toy Story thing? I haven't seen Toy Story in a long time.
the little alien creatures inside the
Oh,
machine.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's very archetypal for me anyway, is the arcade. It's like the circus is a very archetypal place, but to me, the arcade, the entertainment center, is very ingrained. And maybe that's because of like our childhood.
Yeah.
Some of our formative childhood memories, birthday parties and stuff like that might have been spent at a Chuck E. Cheese or going to a Dave & Buster's or someplace like that. And honestly, I think that's some of the appeal of, it just released last night, the Five Nights at Freddy's movie.
Yeah.
That it triggers this nostalgia for these animatronic creatures, and it's not just that, it's the setting that they're in.
Because most of us that are our age, do remember that. Like, I don't know, the Chuck E. Cheese machines and stuff like that. It was just different. We don't have things like that. So I think that's why people were so excited to see it. Like, literally the whole movie, you could hear everybody whispering, like, different parts that they liked. And
Yeah, we went to go see it. I thought it was very interesting. It was a very Gen Z crowd.
yes.
This was clearly like a Gen Z thing. Everybody was about, at least, I mean, there were some parents there and stuff, but everybody was probably about 15 years younger than I am.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I haven't played the games. Did you say you've played them, Chance?
No,
The
I've
Five
never
Nights at
played
Freddy's?
them.
Yeah.
My kid played him. That's about it. It was also fun going to the movie and then the Taylor Swift movie overpowering it. So
We got a
halfway
call.
through it, it
We
was
got a
just
call
like
here.
super loud Taylor Swift.
You guys ready?
Yeah?
Got audio?
Yes.
Call from
Wreck.
Hey, Rec, you're on. How's it going?
All right. I doing pretty good. You guys, I would say you're doing good, but you guys probably are.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been kind of a lazy night for us, as I'm sure you've seen.
Yeah, I keep falling asleep on the floor.
Yeah, that's funny. I see. You guys aren't pulling up actual stories. Just kind of like a campfire story kind of night, huh?
Yeah.
We've got a couple things we're probably going to pull up, but we definitely haven't got to them yet, obviously.
So I'll try to remember. I'll tell you some of my experiences if you want.
Yes.
Sure,
please.
absolutely.
So, I mean, I'm not very good at storytelling, but so my strongest memories would have been from really early childhood. And for years, I questioned whether or not they were real because I was young. But let me tell you just some of the kind of flashes of images that I can remember. and they weren't good. So we lived in a house on kind of a lower income side of town, older house. I don't know what year it was built, but it was pretty old. And it was a 2-bedroom, and I was the only kid at the time. And my bedroom was at the back of the house, and you could see the back door of the house to the backyard from my room. And it was a hallway, and in that hallway was a cellar. And the memories I had flashes of a face morphing out the door towards me. Like it was actually in the panel of the door looking at me, taunting me, like
kind of how
it was the typical, like,
sorry.
I would hide my face, and then it would kind of retract, and I'd look back, and it would come closer, kind of thing. I also had flashes of things that I can't describe, but there was some kind of like almost like insects, like a swarm inside my room one time, flying overhead when I was in kind of a semi-delirious state. I think I was sick at the time. So it's kind of hard to say what's real there. But here's the part that kind of might creep you out. So one of the memories that I had of the face coming through the morphing out the door, I would see that through what I perceived as being bars. I have these bars in my vision in front of me, between me and the face. Years later, I had some of these experiences kind of confirmed away from my dad. But I asked him, what would I be looking through to have bars in my view? And the only thing we could come up with is my crib.
Oh God.
Oh.
So my earliest memory is of a face coming out a door, taunting a toddler, me, in my crib.
Oh, that is freaky.
And like I said, for years I didn't talk about it because you have to understand that we moved out of the house when I turned 5. And I have other traumatic memories, mostly like I remember the day my grandfather died, and so that news happened before I moved out of that house. And so I have that kind of memory. I have memories of like playing with certain toys in that house. So not everything was like ghost related or paranormal related, but I do have certain memories from that period of my life. But what after years of me kind of just pushing it off as, childhood, weird memories or, more for dreams or whatever, I don't remember how it came up, but me and my dad were talking about ghost stories one day. And he told me about that house, that he had 2 things come up missing, literally almost right in front of his eyes. And they were 2 of his favorite objects. One was a short sleeve, button-up Miller white shirt. He had like only one at the time. And he, jumped in the shower, and he was the kind of guy that, hung his shirt and pants up outside the shower door kind of thing. And when he went to get out, he reached out, towel, all that kind of stuff, and the shirt was gone. Everything else was there, but the shirt was gone. Keep in mind, it was his favorite unique shirt. Never found it, ever.
That is
A similar event happened in our kitchen of that house, where he had what he called his favorite bowl. He had like a blue bowl. I don't remember. I think it was plastic. I'm not sure, but I'm assuming it was blue. But he loved chili, and this kitchen was small. It was like a kitchen dining room kind of thing, where you literally would bump into the dining room table when you turned around from the counter kind of thing. And he reached above the cupboard, put the bowl on the counter, turned around to grab something off the table, turned around, the bowl was gone. Again, this is all in the same house that I saw those images, that I have those memories from.
Freaky.
Wow.
Here's the crazy
Stealing
part.
stuff, man. Ghosts really do
The
be out here
bowl-
just hitting licks, man.
Do you know anything about the history of the house?
You know, I don't, and I kind of wish now, because I was too young. You know, the internet was not a thing growing up for me to research that. And here's the part that makes it kind of sucky. It's hard for me to research the house from a real estate standpoint because that house burnt down about 20 years ago.
Hmm.
So, but here's the kind of the really crazy part. That blue bowl showed up so my parents lived, so we moved up to a place called Lockwood, which is, my parents still live in the same house now. That's, since I was 5 years old until now, they live in the same place. That place they moved into, when they unpacked, they found the blue bowl. And this would have been years later. But he never packed, he said. So that bowl ended up in a box to move to the new house. Now, my mother also confirmed in her own way the possible validity of what I saw. Where she walked by my room and saw a shadow person standing in the middle of my room. Again, this came up like almost 20, 30 years later in conversation.
Oh my gosh. So that was something that struck her vividly enough to remember it for that long, too.
Yeah. So we all independently had experiences in that house that we didn't talk to each other about until one day we were talking about weird activity like that. And then and they never knew, because I never spoke of it when I was growing up. They never knew that I had experiences in that house. And so that conversation just blew up. And then after they told me all these stories of their experiences, they go, oh, well, okay, how much of what I saw was real or not? You know?
Do you think it helps you personally, like, deal with it because it is verifiable from what they're saying? Because that's always the way I feel.
Validation.
Help me in what way?
Just with the story, you know, like, cause personally, I've had fragments of things like that UFO story where I remembered it pretty vividly, but I didn't have anybody else to verify the facts for me until, you know, my childhood friend comes back out, and I'm able to hear the story from his perspective, and it kind of validates my feelings about it.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm kind of, you know, I'm at the point now, like I'm 50 years old, so, you know, I've had a long time to kind of think about it. But for years, like I said, so I guess the way my feelings on it had been, I had kind of put it out of my head as a childhood imagination for a long time. And so for a long time, it kind of made me believe that stuff to a degree, but I couldn't verify it.
Mm-hmm.
And I had other experiences in the newer house for a few years too, but not as severe. But when we had that conversation, it did bring back, it made me question everything again, because for a while there, I don't know if I can describe it as it verified anything, but it blew it up for me for a while. And I think maybe now over time, it kind of verified it for me. And it also kind of makes a few puzzle pieces fall in place to maybe understand for me personally why we had some experiences in the newer house too. But the crazy thing is, and there were similar kinds of things that happened at the other house, only I didn't have scary faces and that kind of stuff, you know, coming out of doors or that kind of stuff. We had things moving around the room or unexplainable sounds or things that just didn't make sense, the kind of bump in the night sort of thing.
Sure.
And it kind of faded over time. And every once in a great while, something pops up in my life where I'll have an experience, but I haven't had one. Well, I had two in my trailer when I moved out in my 20s. That happened in my, my own personal house. Once before I got married, and then once after I got married. And then I've had one experience out here, but so I don't know. I think that there is something out there. Will I say definitively what it is? Is it a ghost? Is it a spirit? Is it, what is it? I can't say. But I think that something that we don't understand does happen, and I think I'm pretty convinced that I've experienced it multiple times throughout my life.
I agree with that, though.
Especially when other people are able to corroborate alongside you, man.
Right.
That makes a big difference. The fact that you were so young seeing stuff like that also lends a lot of credence to it. Kids and animals, man, they're the closest to the veil that you're gonna get.
Well, see, for years I took the opposite stance. I felt that the younger memories from a childhood perspective actually put less credence to it in my mind for a long time. Because as kids, we are very imaginative, and we have very vivid, dreams and nightmares and those kind of things. I can still tell you vividly nightmares that I had in black and white of things while I was in that house. I still have memories of a dream that I had under the age of 5.
Yeah.
And I can still recall today. So you take that, and I knew it was a dream. So I don't know. For years, it wasn't until my dad started telling me stuff. My dad and my mom started telling me stuff that I kind of re-examined it. So I don't know. It's the childhood memory things are, and with any eyewitness stuff, it's always hard because I'm kind of with you, Gavin, in the sense of the minute I hear someone open their mouth and say something about a ghost story, even though I've experienced some crazy stuff, I immediately go to, yeah, right. It's my default position, I have to admit. So it's interesting. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, it's like you have to fight your rational mind about it.
Cognitive dissonance.
I'm hearing what you're saying about, a child's memory could be more fallible. It's more intertwined with imagination. I think there's something to be said about children being more sensitive regardless of those things. But like you were saying, in terms of being able to define exactly what it was you experienced or what it was you saw without saying, okay, this is a ghost or this is a spirit or this was a poltergeist, and giving it a label, I understand the hesitation to do that because it's like, yes, there's something going on. It's beyond me what it could be.
Well, and at the time, that's the other part of it too, is you're recalling things from an old memory. And when you're doing that, the emotions that surround that kind of come back. And with that emotional state that you recall with those memories, your perception of what you're experiencing in those memories also comes back. And what I mean by that is that my mind didn't know what to do with it. So at the time, I couldn't put a definition on it. Now, my older brain, now that I'm more experienced and done a lot of research into this stuff, I can certainly look at it from a perspective of, well, maybe it could be this, maybe it could be that. The reality is we still don't know. It certainly kind of falls more, it seems to fall more under the kind of the label of almost demonic, dark forces kind of stuff, because we're not talking about because you spoke about the recording, the environmental recording theory, and I've looked at that too. And I think that
stone tape
happen.
theory.
Yeah, but this particular incident, it was interactive. That's where it's different when you have interactive,
an intelligent
experience.
Haunting.
And it's not just on loop.
Exactly, because I think I've experienced that as well. I think I possibly have experienced the environmental recording situations before too. So I think they both can be true.
Yeah, when
So
you hear or deal with stories about interactive hauntings, that is, those tend to like like um like yours earlier with your daughter interacting
Well,
with,
that's what I was gonna say.
yeah,
So
it's
even recently, she'll ask me like, "Mommy, did this?" Or she doesn't really call me mommy anymore. She'll be like, "Mom, did this actually happen, or am I remembering wrong?" And she can remember bits and pieces about Susie and certain things that happened in that house, but she says that they're like flashes, like glimpses of things. But she played with her. She interacted. I mean, I would remember hearing giggling and her talking, but clearly no response.
yeah.
But she was hearing something.
Yeah, stories that involve that level of back and forth always tend to get me more, especially than ones of like I'm walking through the old hotel and I heard footsteps and I saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye and everyone else here sees that shadow out of the corner of their eye and but
She
the
had me
one
scared. She was the only person that could see and hear it, and it was more like I thought something was wrong with her.
yeah, that back and forth really adds a whole nother level of just what's going on here, you know?
yeah, I think I can probably push this over the edge on the creep factor if you'd like
Oh gosh.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, hit me.
with an experience. If I haven't already, with an experience my dad described to me. So this, whatever, I do wonder if something doesn't follow a family for a while, because there's a place in Montana called Lewistown, and it's notoriously so-called haunted. Lots of people talk about it. My dad was born and raised there. Well, he ran away from home when he was like 11 or 12, but until that point, he lived in Lewistown. And excuse me, he described things in that town that both bordered on environmental recording, like Civil War, people in Civil War clothing walking across fields, that kind of stuff. The thing that's interesting about that is that his dad, back in the day, he was a mechanic and he used to recondition old cars. And rather than getting rid of all the old car, shelves, he would, they had some property and he would just open up a piece of the hill and he would bury the cars in the hill to kind of, get rid of them. And one time when he was doing that with his backhoe, he opened up a hole in the side of the hill, and in this hole was like Civil War style artifacts. I think he found like arrowheads and things of that nature. They also found the body of a boy that was petrified.
Oh,
That's at least as he describes it, was petrified,
Okay.
Yeah.
and it was actually donated to a museum, I guess. So that kind of it's interesting that it kind of correlates with some of the things that you saw there. But that ain't the scary part. The scary part was he was at a friend's house and with one of his brothers, and you have to understand that it was a friend's house or aunt's house. I can't remember which it was. And my dad was a big family. He had 9 brothers and sisters. And they were in a second story of a house, staying overnight at this place. And he remembers waking up to the screams of his younger brother, one of my uncles. And as he's waking up, what he is seeing, again, this is what he's telling me, because he was a young kid at the time. What he's seeing is his brother being pulled out the window of a second story house
oh my
by
God.
a pair of black hands. As he goes to try to grab his brother, they realize that the hands are not attached to anything. It's disembodied hands trying to pull him out a second story room.
I have
And
chills.
then they do manage to pull him back in, and he was fine. But the thing that, according to him, that after the incident happened, supposedly there were some neighborhood girls that talked to them a few days later, had said that they had seen like a cloud mist hanging around that house from the outside earlier in the day.
Oh, that's terrifying.
So according to him, there was a separate set of witnesses that had seen something floating around the house.
That's creepy.
Yeah, that's scary.
I mean, it's all my dad's stories, so I mean, it's just stories,
Yeah.
So you don't know. I mean, I always thought my dad was I remember my dad telling me that story. What's funny about that, I think it was that story that got us onto that subject, if I remember correctly. But my dad would tell me stories growing up, and I always thought he was just telling, tall tale camp stories. But then once he touched on the house, and then memories that I had of the house, things started clicking in me, and I started re-examining all those things.
Yeah.
But
My dad is aggressively grounded and practical and pretty much as far from woo-woo topics as you can get. And I've heard him tell stories about his place of work, and there's been a couple of deaths there where guys would see, they jokingly called it the hamburger helper hand, a disembodied hand, like reach around a corner and flick a light off, or probably misquoting it. I don't remember the stories perfectly, but I remember them joking and calling it the hamburger helper hand to make light of it and kind of make it easier to deal with.
yeah, the stories of disembodied hands is a thing. I mean, I've seen stories about people driving down, long dark roads and having the wheel of their car, taken over.
That's
That
terrifying.
kind of stuff by disembodied hands.
Just from a safety standpoint, that's terrifying.
Right? Yeah. I mean, again, who knows what's real, what people are making up. And even your own family can make a story up, I suppose. It's always a possibility. Just because of your family doesn't mean they're always telling the truth. But like I said, once I married together the memories I had and what he was telling me, I started going, oh, maybe he's telling the truth,
Well, it kind of fits.
You were saying
Right.
that the town that house was in was haunted as well. Like the general area was kind of known for being a haunted area.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't remember a lot of specific stories. I remember a lot of general stories. I mean, kind of and some of them are kind of, your stereotypical things. They had for years, and I don't think it's even there anymore because this was when he was a kid, but they had like a hospital that had been abandoned and with no electricity, and the typical stories of lights that would come on to a place that has no power, kind of stuff. But then I wasn't there for that, and so you never know, was some teenager wandering around with a flashlight? Who knows?
No
But,
doubt.
stuff like that. And given that they found like those historical items, buried in places like that, it makes you wonder. It might lay some credence to actual, history of people occupying that area.
No doubt.
Back doing okay?
But I think the most recent stuff I've had, like I said, they faded off for years. But I had one time in my trailer house. This is the one that kind of creeps me out to this day because it's a very, very vivid memory. So I had a dog, and this dog's name was Indiana. Yes, just like Indiana Jones. I named my dog.
Right on.
And I'm in. I hate to admit, but I'm in the bathroom. And in the bathroom, you can see, because it's old trailer, you can kind of see through the crack of the door. And I hear and see an image, or what I assumed was my dog, through the crack of the door. And like just like he'd come up the hallway and was like looking at me, but didn't hear any of the, the collar jingling. Didn't make any noise. Just sat there and looked at me through the crack of the door. And I'm like, Indy, what are you doing? And I'm like, Indy. And usually when I would call his name, he would get like kind of excited, or he would move around more. Didn't do that. Just kind of walked away down the hallway. Well, I was just getting done at that moment, and I get up and I go down the hallway to follow him. And he's in the front room sound asleep. And my dog out cold on the front room floor, and I could have swore he just came up the hallway and was looking for me through the door.
I've had things like that happen with
And
the
I was
girls.
home alone.
Like where I thought I have seen them walking down the hallway, and I went to check, and they were like passed out completely in their bed.
I used to hear my parents call my name when I was a kid, like from the other side of the house when they would be in town or like outside or stuff. Like I've had similar stuff to that. That stuff interests me too. That's like its own genre of haunting.
I had my grandpa Paul tell me stories of seeing his dead cat. And I don't know if he was just habitually used to the cat being around, but he claimed that the cats, they're half in, half out anyway, and they stick around. So he had a cat, and after it died, he would see it jump down off a counter or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, the animal thing, the disembodied animal thing is kind of creepy too in its own way. You just kind of wonder though, I don't know. Yeah, but I'll tell you what, that's one of those moments though, when you walk down the hall, because you go from a moment where like I knew it was kind of he was acting weird. I'm going, Indy, you're acting weird, but I wasn't creeped out, right? I was not creeped out at all, and because I'm thinking my dog's just being weird, and so I just get done and go walking down the hall. But when I see that dog laying there out cold, snoring, like literally the dog was snoring, your heart just drops. You're like, what the heck just happened?
Wow.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's
Freaky.
really weird.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're going to cut you off here because I want to give Chance, I told him I'd give him a hard break right about now so that his back has a chance to lay down.
Here.
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
My
yeah,
spine is made of paper.
No, you're cool.
I told him to go stretch out
No, I
and give his
appreciate
back like a 20-minute break, and then we'll come back.
Okay. Well, this will probably be my last time I get to watch you guys live, so.
I'm so sad.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Maybe we'll run later on Thursdays, and the time will end up being after you get back.
Who knows?
Well,
You'll
we're just
have to figure
I
something
think an
out.
hour ahead of me.
Oh, okay.
we're just kind of playing with it right now too. It's a possibility we'll be back on Fridays. It really comes down to what the viewership looks like and just our personal lives.
Yep.
For us,
Yeah,
it's
it's a tough slot to compete with.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Well, and dealing with the kids' schedules and school, and having a high schooler now, she's got an event. It seems like every week it's something new. So we've had to really build around being able to make sure we can do those things too.
well, and just in practical
yeah.
terms, like I'm the night owl, and these guys are always ready to fall asleep after about 10. So like I have to keep the talent happy,
Yeah.
Hey, on my
Where
behalf,
are my peeled M&Ms?
I'm up at 5:45 in the morning, so that's why I'm tired so early.
Yeah. I go to bed at midnight or 1, and I'm up at 5 or 5:30 every day.
Oh man, that's
that's
tough.
the way my dad is. Well, we really appreciate you
We're old
calling
people.
and sharing those pretty intimate stories with us.
Yeah, super appreciate.
Yeah, sure.
Hopefully
All right,
he'll
well, you
stick
guys have
with
a
us
good
the
one, and God
next
bless.
20 minutes, because hopefully he gets some stretching
Yeah, we'll
out.
be back, no doubt.
I'm going to feed him ibuprofen through a funnel.
My favorite.
Hook him to the yoga
All right.
trapeze.
Thanks, Rick. Take care, okay?
Have a good one.
No problem. You too.
Bye.
Okay.
We'll jump on a little break and come right back.
Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
I'm going to turn off the line for now, so don't call yet. I mean, you could call. Leave a voicemail.
Hey, we get voicemail.
Yeah, we do listen to them. You guys want to do a thing real quick?
Yeah.
If you're watching and you haven't yet, Please like and subscribe.
Get notifications. Or if you're on Rumble, give us a follow.
It's really important. We need to know that you want this kind of content and we're headed in the right direction. I'm trying to turn myself off so I don't have to listen to myself in an echo because it speech jams me real bad during the show, but it's necessary for calls. So once again, please like and subscribe. It really does help us out. We're a small channel trying to grow. And like we alluded to earlier, we're going to be on Thursdays now, at least for a while, from 4 o'clock Central? No, 6 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Pacific time for about 5 hours or so. When we come back, what do we got, guys? We're gonna
hopefully some more scary stories. Hopefully some people call in with something going that they've gone through. And then we have like the pre-planned ones that we're going to kind of look in that are just kind of Halloween related.
We'll absolutely open up calls. We do have some,
not even
ghost
Halloween.
footage that we wanted to watch, and some werewolf dogmen stuff, and a little story about evil gnomes. So we'll just see how this goes. So we're going to go to a card. We'll see you guys in about 20 minutes, okay? Love ya. Please follow, especially on Rumble. I see you there on Rumble. I love you.
Yes.
We love you, Rumble.
See you
Talk to you soon.
soon.
Welcome back. Sorry that took so long. I had to crawl in here on my hands and my stomach. My spine ain't doing too hot, but we appreciate your patience, and we are glad you are still with us. Thanks for staying around.
Totally lost my audio. Yes, please welcome back. Please like and subscribe. Please follow on Rumble. All that fun stuff. Chance is fighting his back.
It's true. We are engaged in a millennia-long duel.
Promised it breaks. That was. Plus we're fueled. We went pee. You go pee? Let us know.
Do we want to?
I want to know. Who else went pee?
Oh dear. Oh dear. You're gonna have the weirdest inbox tonight, Gavin.
I can only hope.
Y'all are ridiculous.
So we were talking on break about maybe doing a stream midday on Monday, and we might do that. We might just try it, but
Probably
something.
not this Monday, but the following.
Yeah, and something. Well, maybe we'll let you know, but it's probably going to be real casual. We try to make this more of a production. Yeah, I see you.
They caught me.
Marley caught you too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. He is the watchdog.
Can't take his eyes off me. You're okay, buddy. Okay, lay
Now,
down.
George, if you stop giving him any level of attention, he's off camera right now.
Mm-hmm.
He decided to start taking sandals and putting them outside and inside. And
I'm on my last pair. He's literally destroyed every other pair of my sandals that I've had since my youngest daughter was born. And I've taken really good care of my shoes, and all of a sudden he just eats them to pieces. And usually only mine.
He is the goofiest dog, I swear.
So I've always kind of laughed when people say, "Oh, my dog has separation anxiety." Not that it's not possible, but it just seems like a funny thing to call it. But this dog totally has separation anxiety.
I can't go anywhere.
Come here, bro.
He wants to be right next to me at all times.
Come in the CRT.
Oh!
Oh.
George in the box, man.
You gonna put him in the box?
Yeah. in the box.
Downloading.
Oh, he's in the box.
Downloading.
Look at George in the
I
box.
want to see him in the box.
Oh my gosh. He's staring, man.
Oh,
He is a gremlin.
handsome boy.
We say that all the time. The little demon dog.
Oh, I love him. He looks so handsome.
We're not weird dog people, I swear.
Look at those
Hello.
bug eyes, man. Look at him stare at you.
He's never been in the box before. It's a whole new experience. He's like, what is
What
this
is
place? Yeah, it must be nice to be small enough to get in and out of here.
Oh, I think you made Marley jealous.
Oh, Marley wants in the box?
Marley, go get in the box.
Come here, Marley. Come here.
Bar the box.
I got you. Marley's in the
Oh,
box.
he's in the box, Marley. Oh, look at you in the box.
He looks moderately disillusioned with the box.
Yeah.
He
You
doesn't
want out?
know what to
You went out,
think.
buddy?
He's too old.
Someday I'll get our Flemish giant in the box. I mean, he wanders in here and chews on cables and stuff.
And he might eat your arm off as you lift him.
Yeah, he doesn't like to be held. Rabbits don't like to be picked up. It's because
Especially
they're,
not ours.
well, they're prey animals, so anything in the wild that picks them up is about to eat them. And they're basically nature's morsels. Like, nothing is more defenseless than a rabbit.
What a taste, y'all.
I've never eaten rabbit.
It's
I don't think I have.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had rabbit. I don't know. I've had them like as pets, and
Well, I don't have anything
Something
against
I
eating a rabbit,
could.
but
at least not a pet one. Like, I don't know.
You know what's better than rabbit? Lamb.
I don't think I've ever had. No,
Gyros,
I've had
man.
lamb chops once.
Gyros are good. It's not my favorite. kind of a Greek thing.
Yeah.
Gyros.
Gyros.
They're gyros.
Man, let's go to Arby's and get us some gyros.
I've always liked more like, in terms of stuff that goes on like pita, in terms of Greek dishes.
Yeah.
It's like chicken, like kebabs, or chicken on like pita, stuff like that.
I like pita. I like pita bread a lot. Good stuff, man.
Rec, are you available to watch Mondays midday? Oh, says he's still
Once you hear,
here, he's
buddy.
just storing for. Well, let's do a thing, shall we?
Thing?
Not
Oh.
the thing.
Oh, not the thing?
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
just
we could
a thing.
we could do it, but I feel like I've run it in the ground.
That's okay, we don't have to do
Here you go,
that.
there's the
No,
thing.
we're doing the thing!
We missed it.
Do we start with the Gable film?
I would like to start with the Gorglebacks.
Stop it. He keeps messing with my mind. He's trying to Mandela effect me, so he keeps giving it different
Look, the
names.
Grabulon film's phenomenal, alright?
What? And then I forget to like how to look it up.
Have you ever seen the Gertrude tapes?
You know, you've played Gears of War, right?
Mm.
So in Gears of War, you're fighting the locusts,
Yeah.
which is like the insect people that come out from underneath the ground and like wipe out civilization almost.
They're my favorite.
Yeah, you're fighting them. Me and my friends, we used to call them the Gorgalax, just because it seemed to fit better. So now, just
I
kind of
love
as a
that.
generic bad guy alien monster term. I mean, they're not like aliens.
Gorgalax!
I can't help but call them Gorgalax or Gorgs for short.
That's great. I love that.
If we ever do like a short story or something, yeah, they gotta be
Alright.
they gotta be
That's
Gorgalax.
good, bro.
All right, so this is the Gable film. It is a film of a werewolf-like creature. It's a found footage. Do we show it before we go too much into it? I feel like we should.
Yeah, let's just give it a watch.
Just because
a
it's
read.
Halloween, we're watching this. I don't think we would usually watch this, but
It's fun, man.
it's it's spooky and
I
it's
mean,
good.
let's be real. That's totally something we would all watch.
I want a snowmobile.
My
There's
brother
jet
has
skis for the
one.
van.
So this is like part of the footage before the scene we care about on the film. We're gonna get to why this is like Todd Standing stuff in a minute. Mr. Standing, please come on the show. I want you to explain to me.
I need to
Your
know
Bigfoot
which
phone.
servos you use for that eyebrow, man.
Yeah.
These snowmobiles are weird, though. Just on a real note. These look like they were cobbled together in some retro-futurist's garage.
But they're just really old.
I know, I love it.
So Todd Standing shot some Bigfoot footage that we find questionable. And when we were preparing for the Bigfoot episode, we pulled up his footage and I pulled up his YouTube channel and he was on stream.
On live,
which was
bro.
really weird.
Synchronicity.
I feel like he spends a lot of time live on YouTube.
Man, I remember chopping
Chopping that
firewood.
wood.
That was a good time.
Here we're getting something. Got a dog.
The pup man. Is it a dog or a dog man?
Dog seems to see something.
And now a truck.
The dog saw that the truck was going to break down
He went to help it.
and it needed
A hug. Ooh, that's a little
Rotator cap.
Super 8.
Very old footage, or at least old film.
About artifacting is heavy.
Okay, what is that? Like teeth at the very... Go back to that main part, shall we? We're in the truck. Have you seen this, Jacqueline?
I have
Okay.
earlier today.
Okay. I couldn't remember whether you were watching it with us. You were doing some other research, I know.
Yes. Sometimes I kind of like tune y'all out a little bit while I'm doing something else, but I'm still kind of watching and listening, sort of.
I appear to have gone back too far.
It almost looks like we're in a different video.
There we go. There it is. There it is. Some sort of creature in the woods. Looks rather wolf-like. Starts lumbering forward.
But in this part of the woods, there's no snow.
And we get some teeth.
You know what it looks like? You've seen The Shining, right?
Okay,
He
don't
just
spoil it
said
for
that
me.
today that he wanted to see it because he's never seen it. Like literally,
Oh,
probably a
really?
few hours
Okay.
before you got here, he was talking about it.
No.
Yeah.
I've seen Dr. Sleep,
But you haven't seen The Shining?
but I have not seen The
Okay.
Shining. And I know that's ridiculous that I haven't seen The Shining. Believe me, I know it's ridiculous. But like sometimes there are those films that you want to give like respect to when you watch it.
Yeah.
You don't want to just casually watch it.
I know exactly what you mean.
And The Shining is one of those films, and it's just, you know, and I also kind of want to have that experience with somebody to watch The Shining. Like, I honestly, I just haven't done it. But I was just saying it today, I need to watch The Shining. Because I really like Dr. Sleep.
I have not seen Dr. Sleep.
Oh, it's I got it on 4K.
Yeah?
Yeah, I got it on a 4K Blu-ray. It's really good.
Love to check it out.
Yeah, so as chat just pointed out, this is a fake film. It's a verifiable hoax, unless the hoax is a hoax. But it's a verifiable hoax, but it's a really fun film, and it's Halloween, and we're going to talk
super
about
fun
this.
video.
Yeah, it was shot by a guy on old film. Rex says it's Super 8.
I love the snowmobiles. My
And
brother
yeah, he had
has
some of the old snowmobiles and trucks and shot this found footage. What do you call it? Found film footage?
Found footage?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Found footage films is what you would call like a Blair Witch Project.
Oh, man. I've got an old Super 8 camera, guys.
No, we're not.
never have
We're not
snow
hoaxing
like that
stuff.
though.
We're not.
It's like when my brother sends pictures
It's like we'll never go viral.
Of his,
We need a werewolf film.
he'll send pictures of like a ruler and stuff with how much snow they get to go, go riding and stuff. So
Yeah.
the last time he did that, I went out to the dirt yard that we have, took a ruler, and I'm like, yeah, we're ready to go too. They didn't think it was quite as funny as I did, but
Yeah, it's a verifiable hoax. This guy shot this with the old equipment on an old camera, uploaded it to the internet, seeded it around, and it caught on.
cool suit though.
Good hoax.
Now, there's a reason that this hoax exists, because the legend exists of werewolves, right?
Werewolves? Lycanthropy, my good sir.
So specifically the werewolves that I wanted to talk about tonight is the Beast of Bray Road.
Yeah.
The Beast of Bray Road is in Elkhorn, Wisconsin, and I can pull up some of the facts.
This one kind of reminds me of like the Ring type video, like something that's just, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's just little cuts and clips of random things, and then all of a sudden you see something.
That's a good comparison, actually. I was trying to think of what this like felt like, and that's dead on.
That's how I put it in my head.
So I've never seen The Ring. So I don't know what you're talking about. Is it a found footage, or is it's like a movie about a found footage thing, right?
There, in The Ring, there is a tape, and when you watch the tape, you get cursed, essentially, and the tape is
like a found footage.
not
right?
really. No,
It's just haunted.
It's like quick shots between weird, different, uninterconnected scenes and like strange visuals, and like it has the same kind of pacing as this though, where it's cutting like randomly and with no intent inside of it.
So I would love to do we've talked about doing more standalone videos and content, and I would love to do one on the Beast of Bray Road, because it is pretty close to where I grew up. It's probably the closest cryptid I know of. So, on the live stream here, we try to keep it light, so we're not going to go too information heavy. That doesn't seem to work real well for some of our segments. But Beast of Bray Road again is in Elkhorn, Wisconsin, which is pretty close to Lake Geneva. If you know where Lake Geneva is, very wealthy community in Lake Geneva. We've been there.
It was gorgeous.
We didn't drive down Bay Road, although we decided to go get a giant pretzel instead of drive down Bay Road, because I knew of a place where you could get a pretzel like the size of a big pizza.
It was massive, the biggest pretzel I've ever seen. But now I'm kind of wishing we had done the road, though.
You're wishing. I got so sick. The cheese that they gave me with that pretzel did not taste right.
Which is funny, because we were so close to Wisconsin.
But I'm not going to eat... Yeah, it was in Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was right on the border of Illinois and Wisconsin. And I had this... I'm not one to eat a pretzel without cheese, so they had brought out like a couple mustards and like cheese with this giant pretzel, and I'm sitting there eating the cheese. I'm like, it tastes like bad canned cheese. Like, it tastes like cheese that I bought at the Dollar Tree.
You never trust the cheese, bro.
I always trust the cheese, but in this case, my taste buds were right, because I was so like I had to wake up in the middle of the night to make myself sick because we were gonna go to the Field Museum in Chicago,
and we had to be up bright and early to get out the door by like 8 a.m. to get to the city, And he literally struggled, and you know what? He was such a champ the next day because we walked like 20,000 steps that day in the Field Museum, and he hadn't slept like more than a couple hours.
I got up at like 3 a.m. and started chugging water just to push everything through my system. Not to be gross, but
that was probably the worst I had ever seen him, and I know it had to have been the cheese because it's the only thing that he ate that I didn't.
Never trust the cheese.
Haunted cheese. The options were go down Bray Road and look for werewolves, or trust the cheese. And I trusted the cheese, and it was the wrong option.
Our
the
one
werewolf
date
probably
night.
had better cheese, man. He'd invite you in for some fettuccine Alfredo.
Well, he also
on the
just
house.
showed me all of these videos about it, and then he's like, "Hey, you want to go down the road?" And I'm like, "Do I?"
No, you wanted.
I
to
did
go
want
down.
to actually, but I also wanted the giant pretzel, and he got me with the pretzel. Food will always get me.
Pretzels.
So this is Elkhorn, Wisconsin. Small town.
Oh, I thought this was City Skylines too.
It's near Lake Geneva.
LaGrange. That's
Yeah, we were talking about LaGrange. I told you that's like a big name.
funky,
area.
man.
Near Burlington.
Wisconsin was really pretty. Very spaced out and very green.
Cheesy.
Well, it is in the summer. Try it in the winter. It's a frozen winter hellscape.
I did try a cheese from Wisconsin, and oh my god, I probably ate half a brick of it by myself.
Oh no.
And
That's not the
House in
the
the,
rest of them ate the
Wood?
rest.
We have to go to House in the Wood.
Right?
That's not Bay Road. That's not the Bay Road they're talking about.
We gotta go to House in the Wood, but Bray Road.
Oh. Duh. We're full. We always check our sources here.
Ooh, would you want to live out there?
Well, I knew it wasn't the road because I've looked into it before.
No, God, I basically live out there now.
Yeah, you kind of do live out in the middle of nowhere. You know, your house is great in the daytime to get to, but leaving at night is freaky.
I had a buddy leave one time when I first moved down here, and I had to guide him by phone in down the road. And then as he was leaving, he left. Called me 20 minutes later. How do I get off of your road?
Yeah. Well, it all looks the same. And honestly, had Gavin not been in the car, I wouldn't have been able to make it there or back.
it's man. It's you know, it has its ups and it has its downs.
But I love it out there. The only
nice.
thing that's funny is y'all have those kangaroo mice that we don't seem
They're
to have
so
where we
weird.
are, even though we're not that far.
They keep eating the
They're crazy looking.
They keep eating the dashboard cover on that Porsche, and I don't want to
no.
I don't want to replace that.
It might not be it might be actual mice because you have actual mice
Yeah,
too.
we do. Oh
Those
my
kangaroo mice seem pretty harmless. Like they're like something out of an alien
It
planet.
looks so weird because at night, your headlights are on. There's nothing else
And
out
they're
there, and they're like
whoop, whoop, whoop.
across the street. Then we saw some other weird animal coming home one night from your house. I forgot what it was called, but it had like a spiral tail thing, and they're like rare. And it was jumping off the side of the road. We see all kinds of weird stuff out here.
I was coming out of my driveway one day, and I saw a tarantula probably like the size of my
hell no.
hand just taking a jaunts across the road. I stopped my car and let it cross the
Oh,
road.
hell no. I don't do we
Um,
had a tarantula out in the Arizona room, and I don't do
love
that.
tarantulas. They're so
Oh,
cute.
no, no.
They're fuzzy.
Nope.
How can you not like them? They're fuzzy.
Because it's a spider.
But it's a fuzzy
I
spider.
can't do it.
And they
No.
look at you and they're like,
Ugh. Oh my god. I
and
literally
sometimes they
screamed
go,
like a baby.
"Ah."
You saw me with them little tiny mouse, like I thought I was dying.
so courtesy.
Where's
of
his
Lord,
arms, man?
And so
This is
freaky.
a kangaroo mouse.
What is his arms?
They're like if an alien came down and you explained a mouse to them, they'd be like, "Yeah, we have those on my planet, except they hop around on their forelegs."
It's so
like,
freaky.
Well, I got wishbones for legs.
What's the other one we saw?
What?
The
Cotamundi?
spiral. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we saw a Quadi.
It was really, really weird
Is it
looking.
not a Cotamundi? Quadi?
But I think both are correct.
Okay.
Quadi I think is short for Quadi Mundi.
Gotcha. I thought I was like just saying a different animal.
Is animal hour here.
Just, yeah, there was a dancing lemur frog.
I mean, that's kind of what a Quadi is.
Oh.
I'll have all kinds
Well-
of coyotes and all kinds.
Oh, dude,
We've
the
had a few
coyotes are-
coyotes
I-
around here lately.
I hear them every night out my window, every single
dude,
night.
coyotes are like cockroaches. They're everywhere.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
You know when a coyote, like when they lose one in the group, like the females will send out like a particular howl, which triggers hormones in the other coyotes to reproduce more.
Interesting.
Yeah,
So if you kill one, kill them all. Is what I mean.
you can't. After the nuclear apocalypse, all that will be left is cockroaches and coyotes.
They're 24/7 season out here. They are open season 365 days a year because of what a pest they are.
That's a
I
Quadi
literally
or Quadi
spray
Mundi.
for bugs all the time, and no matter what I do, those stupid little roach things. And it's not like ones in other states that I've lived in. These aren't because
No,
you're like
they're
dirty.
weird
They're just
here.
everywhere.
I'm so glad we don't have the roaches that were in Georgia.
The ones in Florida, like the flying,
my God, they're
terrifying-
like this big and they fly and they
swoop
want
it.
you
There's
dead.
albino ones.
They talk at you in a New Jersey accent and they pull knives on you.
I'm telling you what,
it's
growing
bad.
up
I've seen
there,
Joe's apartment.
and it rained, you knew they were coming. You knew it. And I'm the same with June bugs. We were up in Illinois over the summer, and there was this June bug chasing Gavin's mom and I.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, all right, here, you're older. I'll take the bike from you, and we'll run away. Well, instead of running away, I tripped over the bike, bloodied my knee, and still this stupid June bug was attacking my head.
You
It
know,
was quite hilarious, though.
about one of the only bugs that scares me are horseflies. Have you
Oh, I hate
guys
horseflies.
ever
They
been
sting.
bitten?
In
Oh.
Mississippi, we went to a lake where they were diving on our backs and like
They
stinging us.
are one of the worse than a wasp. I've been stung
It
by
hurt.
wasps. Horseflies, can.
We were like
miss me
diving
with
under
that.
the water trying to
Okay.
get away, and we ended up staying like 20 minutes, and we're like, yeah, no, this isn't gonna work. And we went to a
both-
whole nother side because they hurt.
You're so big.
They're
like the
massive.
size of my thumb.
Mhm.
Oh.
They're massive.
You're both
See, that's
wrong.
what we saw. It looks like a weird anteater with a weird.
Yeah, it took a
spiral
while. So
tail.
earlier I was talking about not like asking her questions without being leading questions. We both saw a glimpse of one of these, and I was trying to get out of her what the tail looked like, if it had rings or not. And this is actually what I was referring to.
Well, and
But-
I was driving, so I only saw it for a split second. He's like, "Well, what did it look like to you?" And I'm like, "A weird anteater with like a striped tail." You know, I was trying to explain. I was like, "It looked like dark white or dark color than white, dark and white, dark and white." But that's only what I saw in like a glimpse at going like 50 miles an hour.
My dad saw one of those bad boys that was
No.
like 3
Those
feet long.
freak me
You're
out,
both
and we
wrong.
have them
This
here.
is the most terrifying thing we have in Arizona.
Well, that and scorpions.
no,
Scorpions.
These will
No.
kill you though.
no. I mean, they'll put you in a world of hurt. I was working on my car once. I'm on the ground underneath the car, and one of these crawled up next to me. And I
No
was
thanks.
like, I killed it right away. I was like, you do not get to hang out around my house. That's not happening. They
Although
are,
we have like
people keep them as pets, which is insane because their bite will put you in the hospital.
They're big, that's why.
we have ants
big
in the
enough to
driveway
be
that
pet.
I've worked 2 years to try to get rid of, and I cannot get rid of the ants in the driveway.
Ants are awful.
They're those giant red ones, and no matter how many times I spray, they're back the next day.
You ever see velvet ants?
No.
Look up velvet ants real quick. You
No,
want to see
oh my god,
a real freaky big boy of an
you
ant.
guys are killing
I'm
me.
never
I'm pretty
gonna
sure
be
they're
able to
also
sleep.
called cow killer ants. I'm pretty sure they're a wasp that disguises itself as an ant, and they live in colonies
Yes.
like ants.
Yeah, you're correct.
They're horrifying. These things were all over Georgia.
We also have those
parasitic,
kissing
basically.
bugs here. The ones that like can kill you in your sleep, apparently.
No, but they can bite you, and it's not good.
I thought they
They
like,
spread
attack you in
disease.
your sleep. Yeah, we have those here.
That's just an assassin bug. We had those back in Georgia. We called them assassin bugs.
Yeah, I think that's another name for them.
I watched one like dive bomb onto something else and stab it to death with its proboscis. It was the most intense bug fight I've ever seen, and I've seen some intense Japanese bug fights.
I don't know.
before.
You've put some stuff on YouTube before where like the what was it called?
It's the Japanese bug
Or,
fights,
like
man.
the beetle was eating.
It was like the scorpion and the lobster fought
Something
each
like
other.
that. It
one
was insane.
Wild. Oh my god.
You're always finding all the weird stuff. I'm telling you, showing me things I've never known about.
You know what? Okay, so if I can bring it back to the Beast of Prey Road
Never!
for just a moment, is that okay?
Hold on. Does he got lobster friends?
I don't know.
Lobster.
Okay.
So-
we'll find out. We'll find out.
I while we were talking, I was like, why did I put in Bay Road? Why is that freaky to me? Like, I know it's the Beast of Bray Road. I've looked this up before. Bay Road was a supposed haunted road in Illinois.
Oh.
And,
Was that why the house in the wood was there?
well, I had a friend who told me weird ghost stories, or like, they went out to go check out like a farmhouse, and there was a cooler, and they opened the cooler, and there was like a fake dead body inside. And so it was like a
Fake.
known thing in the area. That and maybe that was Cuba Road.
I thought you were about to say maybe that was in Cuba. And I'm like,
No, there's a road called Cuba Road up there that's like rumored to be haunted, and I want to say there's a Sasquatch sighting on it. Like in the BFR Road database, I remember finding a Sasquatch sighting on that road, which is bizarre.
yeah.
So again, so what we're looking at here is Elkhorn, Wisconsin, and this is small town, and this is a pretty small road. It just runs.
It
along
has
here.
a diverging diamond in the middle of it, and you're calling it a small town.
Well,
I mean,
that's
smaller.
yes. I mean, like
Than
I think the
like
population's like 5,000 people.
Oh, why did they have that heavy of an interstate running? What?
I mean, like there's a football field.
That's
give you some scale.
wacky. That's some heavy infrastructure for that tiny of a little place.
Well, it's surrounded by other stuff. Like I said, like Lake Geneva's to the south of it.
Lake
Burlington's
Geneva
over
is
here.
gorgeous, but fancy.
Man, I tell you, if this was City Skylines 2, I would not have put a diverging diamond there. I really want to play City Skylines 2.
You don't have anything that.
Because
big
I'm
around
on the
here.
wrong scene. Anyway, yeah, so whatever. This is just geographically, here's Wisconsin, There's Bray Road near Elkhorn, near Lake Geneva.
About 100 miles west of Kenosha, I
But
think.
you can tell the road is not like that big.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is farmland. This is probably a 2-lane road, one going each way, with no streetlights on it.
So there was a heavy settling of like Germans in the area, and Germans have a lot of werewolf myths, so sometimes that's why people think that this exists.
The Black Forest, man.
But I do have a video that was in a news story recently where these women are presenting something about an event. I watched part of it, but I figured we could watch it together. You guys ready?
Yes.
And we'll pause the music for it.
All right, Wisconsin is home to many urban legends, spooky stories maybe, but there's one here in southern Wisconsin that you may be familiar with. It is the Beast of Bray Road. This weekend, a large celebration taking place to update people on the very latest on this search for this mythological creature. And to talk about that today, we have Diane Beeson. We also have Donna Wells-Fink here with us as well. Tell us about the Beast of Bray Road.
This guy's not
What
taking
is
it very
Diane?
seriously, it would seem,
Well, the legend
but
of the beast goes back many, many decades, almost 100 years, but it was brought to light in the 90s by Linda Godfrey, who was a journalist for a small
So
local
that's
paper.
what I was
and
gonna
she
say.
started taking reports.
there are
on the
journalists
beast.
who have taken it very seriously.
And it just kind of kicked off a whole thing. The more she talked about it, the more people called in with reports and sightings and all that sort of thing. And she wrote several books, and one of them was titled The Beast of Bray Road. And it is a large wolf that will walk upright on its back legs, and there's not just one of them, there are many.
Really?
And yeah, there's a lot of sightings, a lot of reports, and people have seen 2, 3, 4 of them at a time. And yeah, it's
So it's like Wisconsin's Bigfoot, essentially.
exactly
Right?
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
I think Bigfoot's
Tell us
Wisconsin's
about what you have
Bigfoot.
here.
I like
I
the
have
bottom of their
Jackie and I-
shirts. It says, Swoomy.
Another investigator with me
Yeah.
this past winter found a 3-toed print by the marsh.
Okay.
Excuse me. And he has 1, 2, 3 toes, and you can see that his foot is this big.
Yeah.
So it's pretty big. And we found it by the marsh where he likes to hang out.
Okay.
And he also hangs out other places on Lee Hampel's farm, which is adjacent to Bray Road.
Okay.
Good old
And
Lee
Bray
Hampel's
Road is
farm.
where people
Lee
know the
Hampel,
beast
please
to be
get in
from.
touch with us.
Right.
But it's also when Lee first moved in, or
Anybody knows Lee
opened his
Hampel.
farm there.
Should write a letter.
An older lady right
Honestly,
next door said,
I probably
"You know,
could.
The werewolf
write a letter
lives
to
on
Lee
the back
Hampel."
of your property, and he knew nothing about it.
Really?
No, and then he actually saw the beast not too long after that,
Okay.
a couple of years, and he's seen it twice actually, and he put up trail cameras.
Okay.
And he's catching UFOs, different UFOs, not just the same one.
Okay.
UFOs, ghost-like beings, strange lights and orbs.
Okay.
The
God,
we
orbs
need
will
this
come
guy.
and visit him in his truck.
So you guys are like
Oh,
brave.
that's a
really
lot.
brave
Blood
to be
on that
checking this kind of
cast?
stuff out. Especially, I mean, if you see the
Was there?
icon on
Go
your front of
back,
your
it
shirt,
looks like
this
it.
is a serious creature here. You guys are celebrating this serious creature.
Come and visit him in his truck.
Top
So you
left?
guys are
Yeah,
like
there's like a
brave,
red
Really
mark.
brave to be checking this kind of stuff out. Especially, I mean, if you see the icon on your front of your shirt,
Yeah.
this is a serious creature here. You guys are celebrating this urban legend this weekend. Tell us what's going on this weekend.
Well, the Beast of Bray Road is the most famous dogman. Dogmen are seen all over the world, but the Beast is the most famous one. And so the last 2 years we
I don't know if that's true. Michigan
speakers
has a
and
lot of
hayrides and
dogmen.
presentations at Lee's. And
northern
this is
states
where
seem
going
to
the
be where
Elkhorn
it's
Community Room
Okay.
at noon
congregated
on Saturday
to.
the 20th. And that's free.
At least in my
Everybody's welcome.
experience
and
here
I'm
in
gonna
stories.
do a presentation on photographs that we've taken there, information on the beast, just a quick review, but he is
Right.
still being seen there.
And then after that, a hayride, the whole 9 yards. You guys are going to have a
Go
great
on a
time.
Only
hayride. 9 yards of a hayride?
This is in Elkhorn.
No, he said the
Walworth
whole
County.
nine.
I know.
Be
Okay.
aware, the
Don't do
Beast
that
of
to
Bray
me.
Road is on the prowl. Over to you, Charlie.
Hit me with that dry humor.
Didn't somebody actually capture something out there? It was filmed.
Did someone capture a whole werewolf?
I did
No.
watch a thing this week about a lady that was in, I think, Michigan or something, and she did kill a dog man or whatever, and she had like pictures and stuff. I don't know. Nowadays, it's hard to believe anything, but it
Yeah,
looked
I
legit.
don't know anything about that. You'll have to pull that up and show us. I mean, it sounds highly suspect.
An older woman. I don't know. It was on the internet, so it has to be true.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying. I'm a French model. You guys remember that commercial? I love that commercial.
No, I have no idea what you're talking
There was a
about.
commercial, God, probably in the mid 2010s, and it was this guy. It was I don't remember what the commercial was about, but the joke of it is this guy had put on like a dating app profile that he was a French model, and he meets up with the girl, and she's like, "You're a French model," and he's just, "Yeah, it's on the internet. It's got to be true."
Oh.
You had to be there.
What was it an ad for?
I don't remember. I really don't remember. I just remember the punchline of the joke.
Is this from the alternate universe that you're from?
Maybe. It's a good possibility. Good possibility.
Yeah, that ad was everywhere, man. Sinbad was in.
Next time we make the trip
Shazam.
up there, though, we are going to do this and we are going to film it.
We'll have to. Yeah. We'll go down at night.
It'll be our next date night in Illinois.
I mean, so it
You're
was.
gonna get eaten by a were.
Right?
Oh, this is so romantic.
I mean, like, so this thing was first sighted in 1936, but there are a lot of modern sightings from like the 80s and 90s that the journalist, why am I drawing a blank on her name? Linda Godfrey had documented. And one of the things about this is the character witnesses, among them are like a couple of PhDs, a school teacher who taught at like a school for gifted children or something. Factory worker had seen it. So like it spanned. There's a lot of sightings, but a few of them, like the PhDs, are pretty credible. You know, there was somebody who worked at the airport who saw it. Worked at Milwaukee Airport.
Who moderate dive.
Who apparently had a pretty high clearance.
Chance is broken.
I'm
Don't
so
mind
sorry,
him.
guys. It won't be as broken next week, I promise.
Well, I mean, I could keep going into kind of all over the. Chance is
We're
literally on the
80 at its
floor, so
finest.
I don't know why you're not positioned so I could see you in camera in pain, writhing. There we go. A little to your right.
Oh gosh, now George wants to play.
Oh, he's giving me a wet willy.
Yeah, he's good at that. Try having him wake you up like that at 5:45 in the morning when your alarm's going off.
Well, the legend is alive and well because that was from 2023.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was from
Wait.
May of this
Wait,
year.
you telling me we missed it?
We missed it.
Oh, man.
It sounds like they're doing. I mean, like cottage industry. You know, what are they gonna do to get people to Elkhorn, Wisconsin?
I would bring so many cameras though. Like I would put one in the front of the car, the back of the car, the sides of it.
They need that Lake Geneva money.
Man, that place is no joke. Those
Yeah,
people
but-
have landing strips to their house.
Yeah, in the neighborhoods that they
Like-
literally have like a landing strip for planes.
We could look into the stores, but didn't touch anything. We couldn't be responsible for anything. I did buy an anklet while I was there from one of the gift shops because it was like $3. It was the only thing they had that was in my price range.
Oh, man. Make sure to donate to my spinal replacement surgery. I'm going to the spine store next week.
We need you to like and follow so that someday we can afford.
Like Geneva.
No, Chance's spine.
Oh. I mean, do we? Rex says even Chance, even Ian doesn't do the floor thing. He's calling you out.
Yeah, I got my own thing, man. I got my own thing.
Pretty sure
Next
I
time
still
I'm putting
have
the
part
mic
of an
down there.
airhead stuck in my throat. It's like right there.
Oh, that's no bueno.
I shouldn't have been trying to shove candy in my mouth while we were doing this.
I'm giving up on the Beast of Bray Road for now. We'll hit it again later. We'll hit it again, more prepared. We're not in any shape to present that level of information about a mythical werewolf.
Mythical werewolf.
No, I need more like scary stories and ghost stories of, people hunting them.
Well, I don't have that. I have a follow-up on a video we watched before.
Oh, I like the sound of those.
So this is about one of the government UFO videos that we... They're talking about this metallic orb. I don't think we clipped that one. I think it was put in a short. You put it in one of our earlier shorts like 2 months ago. And this is the video where it looks like it's in Afghanistan or somewhere. It was in Syria, where we were talking about the guys reacted to this metallic orb that goes underneath this drone footage.
Yep.
And according to this article, they identified that it was an eerie, what is that word? Tantalizingly shiny metallic orb caught on tape by the U.S. military in the Middle East may have finally been identified. Footage of the object hovering beneath an MQ-9 Reaper drone was filmed on July 12, 2022, and played publicly for the first time before the U.S. Senate Armed Services Committee last April.
They really do be naming military weapons like an edgy teenager, though. MQ-9 Reaper drone.
Reaper. Yeah. I mean, we use a Reaper plugin for some of our audio. Reaper, bro. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, it says here, the object they report is most likely a party balloon made of silvery metallic plastic known as mylar. Do you believe that?
No.
Not
That thing
even a little
was-
bit.
Zipping.
Yeah, like how... you see things on the ground, you don't see dust being kicked up in the video. So I don't think I believe that. So this is an interesting image.
They pulled it
The
out.
path it took, yeah. I don't think it was. I think that's bullshit.
Absolute bullshit.
I mean, like, we watched one that we were all like, that's a balloon. Like, that's a party balloon. But you just told me that was a party balloon. I could believe it's like some sort of like special military balloon that can move at Mach 10 or something. But you can't tell me that escaped from a child's birthday party somewhere in war-torn Syria.
Mr. Pentagon, if you would like to come on the show and defend these claims.
Well, I thought it was a worthy follow-up. We try to follow up with things, so...
Oh yeah, I absolutely think that is complete and total bullshit. There is no way that was a balloon. That thing was zipping. And like, yeah, balloons get picked up by the wind and they go, but that was zipping.
Yeah, it was moving fast, and not that there can't be wind, but I don't believe that. It was also like purely metallic. Like, I know what mylar is. It's like made from a substance known as mylar. Like, okay.
Is that what they said that Roswell was too?
Yeah, they said Roswell was a mylar weather balloon. I do have a couple other articles if you guys want to glance at them.
Yeah, let's take a look, my man.
This is about some image caught. Got these in reader mode because of the ads.
I see where you got the other article from.
Oh my gosh, every blind. I'm flying blind. Problem.
I'm flying spine.
You, friend, are flying. Anyway, we got this new analysis of a 200-foot glowing orange UFO revealed. Giant UFO pictured over Chile in 2010 has been described as genuinely unidentified by alien hunters. The image appeared to show a glowing orange object hidden behind the clouds and was taken by a family picnicking in the Andes Mountains in 2010.
Yeah, just a casual picnic in the Andes Mountains.
Right? The National Aviation Reporting Center on Anomalous Phenomenon.
Narcap.
We've talked about them pretty significantly.
Only one
right?
letter away from Narcan.
That is kind of weird. You ever see, like, sometimes these NASA projects and stuff, they come up with these abbreviations for them that, again, seem like they're named by edgy teenagers. And they'll just come up with some nonsense to make it fit as an acronym.
Yep.
It's like the Reaper Project or the...
They're playing Mad Libs, basically.
Yeah, it's like, okay, grow up. Grow up and keep working on the space travel.
Just get us past the Van Allen radiation belt or tell us the Earth is flat already.
Oh,
One of the two.
We'll go fisticuffs on the Van Allen radiation belt. You think it was a problem. I think they didn't care.
Oh, man. I think it would have fried everyone in that tin can.
So here is the image. Experts in physics from the University of Albany said this object is truly identified. So it is a genuine UFO.
It's like a rock in the sky, bro. That's weird.
You know, honestly, these images aren't, like, jaw-dropping to me.
Okay, hold on. Now it's something.
But, yeah, look at that.
Is that the top of a loafer? Upside down?
Oh, I see. Like, there's the seam.
Uh-huh.
Like, the seam's right here. I think I have a slipper like that
Is
somewhere.
someone just reflecting a loafer into the sky?
I don't know, it's weird, because it does almost look like windows on a ship. I mean, the entire article, they're basically saying, hey, yes, it's unidentified. We don't know what it is.
.2 pixels per millimeter. The black bar is 11 pixels. So that black bar is so many... This thing's tiny.
Now I can...
This thing's maybe a foot long, if we're going off that scale. Maybe 2 feet long.
Jacqueline, are you muted?
I was indeed. It was because I was coughing, so I
Yeah.
muted myself, and then I forgot to unmute.
That's
My
what
bad.
I thought, because I heard you on Chance's mic, but only on Chance's mic.
Sorry.
Yeah, if we're going off the scale that they're saying on that thing's only a foot or two long.
Get it? A
Wait,
foot
is
or
that
two.
No, like a foot or two long from the camera's perspective, right? Like...
Well, I don't know.
You
I don't know
its
what
distance.
that scale's in reference
Yeah, that's
to, I
not...
guess.
I think they're just trying to show you what level of detail we even have. It's not a fine level of detail.
Yeah. So this is the
George.
red levels. They basically turned blue and green down on this. They kept alpha
Yeah.
and red channels.
I'm trying to get a better picture, literally, of what this is.
Green.
I like this.
Ah!
Yeah, okay. I don't know what that is, but Ring is offering 1 million reward for video footage of aliens captured using cameras. Oh, that is such
Deadline
a marketing
is November 3rd.
gimmick.
Hold on. Deadline's November 3rd.
Oh, Chance, you wanna hook an alien video?
It's $1 million fucking dollars.
for
Yes.
the Ring camera.
Hey, we have one of those camera doors. We could do it.
Hey, we don't have a Ring camera.
Oh, it's not a ring though, huh?
No.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not gonna. I guess we don't have to read the whole. Hey, they don't know what it is, and
That's
here's the pictures of
interesting.
it.
It looks like it's one of those cigar-shaped ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. There's no serious level of detail there. Say exactly what it is. I do have this article. I honestly didn't even read this. I just pulled it. Something about the FBI visiting a lab.
What? Uranium? They're using fissile materials! Snake, you have to stop them! The yellow cake uranium!
You want to read it, Chance?
I can.
If you don't mind?
FBI agents visited a New Jersey lab where scientists are trying to build a flying saucer. after they received a report of dangerous uranium being used on site. Mark Sokol, founder of the Falcon Space Laboratory in Hawthorne, New Jersey, told DailyMail.com he was shocked when 2 federal agents showed up at his shop last Friday.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Sleeping on the job.
Sokol said the more senior of the 2 agents told him they had been tasked by the Bureau bosses with looking into unidentified anomalous phenomenon, UAP, the government term for UFOs, that switching of language again, making him a kind of real-life Fox Mulder from the classic show The X-Files. They didn't find any dangerous uranium, Sokol said, but were intrigued by the experiments going on at Falcon Space. Sokol, 35, and his colleagues are attempting to use nuclear physics to make objects weightless, the first step towards building a flying functional saucer. They are inspired by verified reports of strange, unidentified objects flying in extraordinary ways in our skies, seas, and space, which are now being openly investigated by the government. Sokol told DailyMail.com his goal is to figure out the technology behind these objects, which some believe to be extraterrestrial craft. CCTV shared with Daily Mail shows the 2 FBI agents flashing their badges and interviewing the inventor, as well as pacing outside with a Geiger counter, a device used to detect radiation, which showed no harmful radiation at the lab. He said, "They showed up on a Friday right about noon," Sokol said. "They flashed their badges, said FBI, and asked if we had any enriched uranium."
Let's try that trick. Those FBI agents for Halloween. You get any enriched uranium?
Oh my god. Oh man.
I laughed and told them no. One said that we're not in trouble, and he wanted to come back at some point and pick my brain about UAPs because he's been tasked by the FBI in investigating UAPs or UFOs. Interesting. But if the senior agent is a real-life version of David Duchovny's Mulder, thanks for that, his partner didn't quite measure up to Gillian Anderson's Dana Scully. Sokol said the more junior of the pair was fresh-faced and probably in his early 20s. They said they got a tip-off that I have enriched uranium. The only uranium we have here is a little piece that I got off Amazon to check our Geiger counter to make sure it's working. So, I mean, that's true. I believe you have to calibrate Geiger counters and like test them at times, and you might have some uranium encased in plastic. I want to say they do that. I don't know.
That'll basically be in a little plastic ampule. Yeah, you can typically take it out of there. You're not gonna get actual fissile uranium off of Amazon. That's something that has to be made, and the process is very, very difficult and time intensive. But yeah, it's interesting that they thought they had actual fissile material, because enriched uranium is what you use to make a bomb, essentially. Regular like uranium ore, or like even like uranium oxide or something like that, is typically not going to be able to conduct the kind of fissile energy that kind of production needs. You won't be able to use it in a reactor even. But it will put off small amounts of background beta, alpha, gamma decay, stuff like that will come off of it.
I don't think we need to read this entire article. I think the takeaways here are essentially that the FBI showed up to somebody's... Number one, somebody is trying to make a flying saucer. You know?
I like it.
So, that's interesting in and of itself. Number two, the FBI showed up. No,
scroll up real quick to this picture. This picture is interesting while you're talking. I'm just reading the whiteboard in the background. There's some wacky stuff written on there.
What, did I just close it?
Yes. Precision click. We've got gravity plating, Jeremiah's time machine, Wayne's rectangle coil, bug wings, analytical under light, optogravitation solenoid.
Is this even real? Like, what is happening here?
Those are their experiment or ideas. Test Hardiman gravity. What's Hardiman gravity?
I don't know. Why should I know?
Alzaphon TE-102, the Marks Bank gravitation. Okay, so the Wayne's rectangle coil is related to the Hallback array, right? But the Mark Banks generator and the Alphazon T102 are related to the Dr. Pod impulse discharge. But Hardman gravity, bug wings, fiber optic coils, and optogravitational solenoids all on their own, along with gravity plating and Jeremiah's time machine. We don't know where Jeremiah is or where he put the damn thing, so if anybody can let us know, please just fess up.
Yeah, I mean, it explains a little bit, I think, about this lab, or maybe it was a different... In the 1950s, U.S. Air Force hired Canadian contractor to help try, blah, blah, blah. Who cares about the 1950s?
No, those pictures are copyrighted. Mark Sokol. Fakin Space Laboratory? No. That's not the
Fakin?
real name.
It's the Fakin.
That's... It's a joke, right?
Well, it says something about from 2015 to 20... Let me read it. From 2015 to 2017, the U.S. Navy filed for a series of patents for futuristic inventions, including a triangular-shaped hybrid aerospace underwater craft. Sound familiar? And a craft using an inertial mass reduction device, or anti-gravity. The supposed inventor, Dr. Salvatore Pius? Welcome to Mispronunciation Dial. We'll be live Thursdays. Anyway, he boasted in the patent of possible extreme speeds by his vehicle and the potential to engineer the fabric of our reality at the most fundamental level. But other physicists criticized the filings for their lack of specific technical details and allegedly nonsensical pseudoscience terms, fueling theories that the patents could be propaganda to confuse Americans' adversaries. The Navy told U.S. engineering news site... Are they? I don't know.
Maybe. I'll look at more into this. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
Thinking out loud.
The Navy told us U.S. engineering news site... Wait, what? The Navy told us U.S. engineering news site the drive that they spent 3 years and $500,000 on the project, but ended it in September 2019 after failing to prove Dr. Pay's proposed science. No further research has been conducted, and the project has not transitioned to any other government or civilian organization. A spokesperson for the Naval Air... What are you doing?
No,
Warfare Center.
They took this man's research, they sabotaged his experiment so it didn't work with him. They took his research and they ran off with it, man.
So you know this?
No,
I'm just you're just hitting it.
That's just that's what happened here, man. I feel it. I can feel it in my bones, man. Is he had something? Why would they spend 3 years and $500,000 looking at it if they didn't think he had something? And what better way to get that something than to make it fail to the point that he doesn't want to continue in front of him, and then take that research for yourself and run once you figured it out?
So in this case where the FBI is showing up here saying something about enriched uranium, you know, maybe that's true. Or
maybe that was just a foot in the door.
Right, maybe it's a foot in the door and they have interest, and maybe it's something that, like, hey, we want to know what the CIA is doing, because it's, you know, we talk about pre 9/11, they talked a lot about how the CIA didn't communicate with the FBI.
Yeah, it's like an intelligence war, an inter-intelligence war.
Yeah, and you have to assume that that exists within deep state or nation state intelligence.
It's a party in the CIA.
Well, I mean, to begin with, talk about, you know, there's where your tax dollars are going, America, to try to make pseudoscience UFOs, or it's real, and there's so many ways you could go with this.
Well, that test rig looks intense, whatever they got going on right there. That looks like some serious machinery happening here. I mean, they've got a like what looks like an oil filter of some sort running into an electric
condenser
motor.
Microphone.
The thing to the right of it's an electric motor for sure. I don't know what they have hooked up to the end of it. That fan is huge, running off of a giant radiator.
A lot of aluminum foil.
what's happening here, though. I can make out individual parts. I can see them all running into each other, but it looks like they're just like they're condensing a gas maybe in that first column on the left there, and then running it through a centrifuge and then through a radiator. But like, what are you? What?
Probably Wiley's rectangle.
It's Wayne's rectangle. You're right. No, dude, that's Jeremiah's time machine. Wayne's rectangle, a part of it.
This article really doesn't. Did I skip past it? Does it mention? It really doesn't talk a lot about what they're doing, because it sounds like a private company.
Falcon Space, yeah, it does.
And then it goes into this other company. You know, that's really
Mark
weird.
Sokol, that guy's name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Falcon Space is developing new propulsion technologies based on dynamic nuclear orientation. Inspired by the work of Frederick and David Alzafon, we've got Alzafon's TE-102 right there. We have replicated the Podkletnov force beam and rotating superconductor experiments, Pittman and Gamble inertial propulsion designs, and many others.
Are these guys trying to replicate that other lab's work, presumably?
Either that other lab's work, or it sounds kind of like they're trying to replicate a lot of what people like. I've heard mention of like the Pittman and Gamble inertial propulsion somewhere else before too. I just can't recall where. So it's almost like they're going after these different propulsion methods that are anomalous, right?
It's wild. That wasn't even the full article. Although it does.
Is that the agent? Wait, is that the director of the AARO right there?
I think it might be.
Is that the man that
that's Sean
runs
Kirkpatrick.
that? All right, does he look like a lizard person?
That's Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the Pentagon's all-domain
Kind of looks like
anomaly
the
resolution
reptile guy
office.
off YouTube.
He's got that very classic evil villain goatee. All right. It's very pointed. He looks like he might be the devil himself from the mustache down.
What I find interesting is we have the Pentagon's all-domain resolution office, and then we have, what was the other acronym we were looking at?
The NAPCAP or NARCAP.
Which
NARCAP.
is Congress's thing, right? That. Oh, okay, thanks.
Why there ain't no Narcan on this page, man? Where did we read that? Did we get like actively Mandela'd as we were on the show?
No, I mean, in part it's because I'm like too lazy to read the whole article.
Oh my god, don't hurt your back.
Are you alright down there?
Got your headphone.
Because we're researching UFO propulsion, trying to figure out propellantless propulsion concepts that have been theorized to work throughout the years, he said. There's lots of papers and patents that have been put out, but we're a lab where we actually put those theories to the test. Some of their experiments test the theory that objects' mass comes from the jumbled directions in which the subatomic particles of their atoms spin. If you can get those tiny parts to spin in the same direction, it will make them weightless. So the theory goes.
Oh my god.
We've seen up to 17.8% weight loss in one experiment. What?
Bro, the particles, if you line them up, it's like a crystalline structure. They can slip through the other particles easier. They have less resistance. Weight is just resistance. The jumbled mess is like running a net, like running your hand through a net. And then if you line it up, it's like running your hand through like a I don't know, man.
You're killing me.
I understand it visually in my brain, but I can't put words to it. Oh my god.
He believes once they can get above 90%, they'll make a flying saucer. Okay, so
17.8 weight low.
According to his claims, by somehow aligning subatomic particles, quarks or whatever, they see maybe subatomic
Electrons,
doesn't necessarily
yeah.
mean quarks. Yeah, it could just be electrons, protons, or neutrons, right? Those quantum particles would be like
Well,
quarks,
God,
right?
there's a lab that just started doing like elemental transmutation here recently.
But
Like,
that's
actual-
a massive claim. Number one, that you've been able to do it. You've been able to align subatomic particles. And number two, that there's a 17.8% weight loss in one experiment. There is no way the FBI showed up just because some jerk called in a thing about enriched uranium.
No, that's why.
That's
why they showed up.
bullshit.
They absolutely.
If this is real, there's no way. They're interested. They want to know what it is.
Oh man. This is freaky. This makes a lot of sense to me. This seems like it could be something that is legit.
Yeah, like a lot of sense. I'm just trying to get this on screen better.
Magic is just science we don't understand, man. There's so much about like the makeup of reality that we don't get. We understand purely the physical level that we can perceive. We don't even know what we don't know, man.
Check out this equipment he's showing the
Box
manual
type
to.
high temperature atmosphere furnace.
Clearly very proud of this, whatever.
It's a furnace. It's like
It
a
sounds like-
forge, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I mean,
Atmosphere furnace though, so they can pump in different gases.
look at the little compressor next to it. Like they can raise the atmospheric pressure.
And they could probably feed in like argon or neon or different gases that they want reactions to happen under heat with too.
Just some light nighttime reading. The old SA2 series user operation
It
manual.
looks like a hell of a furnace, man. I kind of want one.
Yeah, we could probably do something cool with it.
It could be a shoe in the door, dude. I literally said that. And it's in the article.
Wait, what?
It could be a shoe in the door. It's like halfway through the.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they were doing.
Yeah, but it's in the art. It's like verbatim in the article. I said that like 5 minutes ago. There's another one. Oh, man.
So the lab co-founder Jeremy Rice runs their YouTube channel, Alien Scientist. Interesting. Everybody's got a YouTube channel nowadays. Please like and subscribe.
Man, we all just want to be YouTubers out here, man. Really, that's what the whole game's about, man.
No, that's not it. Rumble, we want to be on you.
Honestly,
So you give us a little love, you give us some follows, we'll just
Hey, Rumble.
migrate further and further.
Rumble, if you would like to sign an exclusive deal
Hey,
with
Rumble.
us, please.
Hey,
get in
Rumble.
touch. Rumble, do you need ASMR streams?
Follow us, Rumble. We love
Follow
you.
us on Rumble.
Give me a call.
Rumble,
Give me a call later. You know my number on the website. Yeah.
I think we just scared off every viewer that we had left.
Everyone on Rumble's like, oh my god.
Psychos.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of nights. Where are we? We're never gonna make it through. And this is why I gave up on Dogman. The specifics in Dogman are just not something we are capable of tonight.
Oh man, I don't know. It's a good show though.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Rise was skeptical of the FBI visitors, noting that the senior agent had a background in financial crime investigations unrelated to X-Files type probes. Okay. They said they were interested in UAP kind of stuff. Maybe it's a trick to getting Mark into opening up a little more because they know it's his passion. If you lie to federal investigators in any way, even just telling them the time on a broken clock, they can later put charges against you.
I dare them.
They're setting you up for a future perjury trap.
Dare them.
What is this? The potentially ubiquitous presence of UAP defines the national security
Of stakeholders? What the fuck? Why are national security and stakeholders in the same sentence? Those two things
Well,
should
hang
not...
on. Let me read the potentially ubiquitous presence of UAP defines the national security implications and drives the broad range of stakeholders and demand for rigorous scientific understanding of and intelligence on phenomena. I don't think you're talking about like economic, like Wall Street stakeholders here. You're talking about, like somebody who has an interest in it.
We've got, actually at the bottom, key partners and stakeholders. So you're right. DOD, IC, DOJ, NASA, FAA.
All them good acronyms.
Uh-huh. International partners on the right, the foreign territories and operating.
Man, for an article I just literally had in a tab and hadn't read, there's some
It's
meat on the
deep.
bone here.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is no joke. UD observations and reporting of UAP most often in the vicinity of U.S. military facilities and operating areas. I mean, this is just like
What they're looking at, yeah.
bureaucratic, yeah.
This is
nonsense.
a corporate onboarding.
Yeah, we know about the ARO. We don't know what this thing is. So it talks about in the 1950s that Canadian contractor who apparently was trying to develop stuff, right? Documents from the venture, codenamed Project 1794, were declassified in 2012.
Hold on. What's 1794 in gematria? What's the numerology behind that?
What's gematria?
It's a specific subset of numerology. I forget like where it spawned from. I don't remember. I don't know much about numerology. I'm just making a joke.
Stop it with your dry humor. Throw me off. Yeah, you choke on that Sprite. According to the papers published by the National Archives, the saucer was designed to fly between Mach 3 and Mach 4. In the 1950s, this Canadian contractor apparently had set up a flying saucer. Ceiling of over 100,000 feet and maximum range with allowances of about 1,000 nautical miles. I don't know what the conversion is between nautical miles and actual miles, do you?
It's weird. I want to say it's like somewhere in the... This isn't exact, but I want to say it's somewhere in the range of like 1 1/4 is the ratio. Like 1 1/4 regular miles is a nautical mile or vice versa, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm pulling that out of what could possibly just be my ass, but I feel like I've heard something along those lines before.
So then we get to the modern era, 2015 to 2017, which is the one we just read about, that had some patents that were scrutinized by the scientific community as pseudoscience, but they spent 3 years and $500,000 doing it. And that's where you went nuts in believing that what we have here is an instance of, what do you want to call it?
Sabotage and theft.
Yeah, intelligence theft, or...
They wouldn't have spent the $500,000 is a moot point. Money is a moot point to the government. It's fake to them, right? The 3 years.
No, yeah.
The 3 years is what gets me on that. There's a lot of failed out projects that are like 6 months, 8 months. They're like...
Well, and this is one particular guy. I mean, they're obviously interested in this. Why, the military state that the United States is, if there is some sort of aviation technology, even if there's just a small chance that you can get your hands on some sort of groundbreaking aviation technology, or a small part of it, of course you're going to take that risk, because like you said, the money's nothing.
The money's nothing, and especially since our Air Force is one of the largest pillars of our fighting.
Oh, it
doctrine.
Absolutely is. I mean, we
own the air when we go to fight. At least we have.
We have to.
Yeah.
That's America's military strategy is air domination. I mean, because we're so isolated. That's the way it has to be. So this was the full article where we got into some of those crazy claims. Is this the same article?
It doesn't look like it.
Is it like... But it's like the same title. They didn't find any dangerous uranium, but they were intrigued about experiments going on at Falcon Space. That's not how it's spelled. Isn't it spelled like fake in space?
You know what? The picture. Look at that watermark. It looks like fake.
It is Falcon Space. Okay. We thought it was fake in space.
Yeah, but I was like, no way, that's real, bro.
We're over here just fake in space, you know?
The A is short in gematria. Which way's short A?
So these are images of those FBI agents, presumably these two. Not your typical men in black. They look... Like we said, is there a possibility that there's some interagency intelligence going on here? But it didn't sound like these guys were funded by any government project. Because it doesn't... That $500,000, that was that other doctor back in 2015, I think it was 15 to 17.
Yeah.
So if there's somebody in private trying to recreate some of these patents, which that's literally what it looks like they're doing. Like this looks like a workshop. Yeah, you know.
Oh
this
yeah,
is
I mean he's in like a
crazy lab.
leather setup. He's doing some heavy duty stuff, something.
It reminds me of that weird article a while ago about the COVID lab where they found like a bunch of this. The whole thing. I won't get into that, but there was like this crazy lab and stuff was all over the place.
You just triggered my brain on a video that I want to show you guys before I show live because I don't know if I even want to show it live or if I just want to put it like.
I mean,
on
this
the
is neater
forum.
though. They're doing science clearly. Like,
Yeah,
it's not a mess,
fume hood, that fume extractor, serious right there.
It looks like maybe they just do some soldering there. It looks like a soldering workstation.
And they've got what's on their TV there.
It looks like they're running bare bones, but they've got a lot of equipment. What's on the TV? What is on the TV? It's a satellite image, right?
Yeah. It's not satellite.
Oh,
like
look at that. They're tracking a satellite. That looks like a satellite's like orbit.
You're right, it is. You're so right.
Yeah. They're tracking satellites.
That's interesting.
Scientists and inventors are trying to build their own gravity-defying flying saucers at Falcon Space Laboratory in New Jersey. We have this picture again. And again, this claim that...
The first step, using this
crazy.
tinfoil-lined Faraday cage? What? What? You're telling me they just made a Faraday cage and they were like...
Well, so somehow they aligned the subatomic particles is the claim to reduce an object's weight by 17.8. Right?
17.
I don't know
what
where
is the oddly specific number too?
I don't know where the Faraday cage really comes into here.
Wait, go up. The whole room there is a Faraday cage. Look
Like
at
this?
it.
Yeah,
Look at the walls.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I thought they were saying the Faraday cage was somewhere on that contraption. Like it was
earlier I was gonna, do a callback and say, look at all that mylar. That's not mylar. That's aluminum foil.
Yeah.
It's very clearly aluminum or some sort of metal foil, but it says here it's aluminum, confirmed.
So many tubes, and I don't know what they do.
It's talking about the FBI agents. We already went over
Wait a
that.
minute. Why does their shirt? Why does it look like the Aperture Science logo?
What's Aperture Science?
Portal. You ever play Portal?
Oh yeah, the cake isn't real.
Why does it look like
the
the
cake is a
Aperture
lie.
Science logo, bro? Look that up real quick, just so I can make sure I'm not going crazy. If you don't
I
mind.
don't wanna- How do you spell aperture?
APE, TURE. No, aperture. Look at the one on the right there, where it cuts into the
Yeah.
word. Why do they have the Aperture Science logo?
Maybe they're fans of. I mean, it's a falcon. It's a bird.
I know,
The
it
head of
just-
a bird, but
This is the kind of thing I would. I don't know if you know much about Portal, but this is the exact
played
kind
Portal.
of nonsense technology I would expect Aperture to be working on. You know what I mean? Just a funny coincidence. Oh, they got their names up. That's freaky.
it's
I
weird. There's
that.
like two versions of this article. That's weird. Turned his battery manufacturing laboratory into a hub for scientists and inventors trying to crack the problem of anti-gravity. I saw this thing recently about NASA and their breakthrough with solid state.
Solid state batteries, baby.
lithium.
That's the stuff. I've been saying it for like a year now.
They've had some serious breakthroughs with that.
Dude, we'll have batteries that have the power capacity of an 18650 that are the size of our pinky nails.
We'll see. I mean, I don't know that it had that. There were some trade-offs on it.
The speed of draw, I think, is the trade-off.
Yeah. Like,
It's not able to. It's more. It's
lighter, but
you're gonna have like infinite smoke detector batteries, and you're gonna have like the CMOS on your computer is never gonna have to be changed again, and stuff like that.
well, I always think lithium iron's the big thing right now. Like lithium ion batteries are pretty cool because a lot of the hazards of lithium ion catching on fire aren't present in the lithium iron LiFePO4 batteries. Anyhow, the fact that he was looking into battery science, I think, kind of indicates that whoever this guy is interested in some serious cutting-edge science, because battery science really, as stupid as it sounds, you think a battery's a battery, it is cutting-edge science right now.
And it has been for a long time. No, I mean, like, the past 80 years, batteries have been cutting edge, and they are still progressing to that level.
They're becoming more and more now, we look into alternative energy sources using part of it's the fossil fuel thing, and I think part of it's just like you need them to do anything cool.
We just gotta pull the electricity out of the air, man. Tesla had it dead on. There's enough ionizing radiation going on everywhere for us to just boop.
I don't believe you.
It's happening.
I think Tesla has become a myth larger than the man.
No, I think the man was as large as the myth. That's my opinion on it, but I think the man was as large as the
I mean, a lot of people out there would agree with you. A lot of people with channels like this, but I don't get me wrong, I respect Tesla a lot. And I think there was a lot of things he was onto that are kind of still buried today. But I don't know that.
He's up there with me with Da Vinci and understanding like the world. He was able to see something that the rest of everyone else in his time couldn't.
Okay, let's get through this real quick before we have a war and electrocute an elephant or something. In general, when we get information about a situation involving illegal or dangerous radioactive okay, so this is just more about the uranium. We've seen up to 17.8 weight loss in one experiment. Again, talking about the tiny particles in the spin. They're interested in you. I mean, like, I think that we kind of hit it all. So this is a private company doing work and being hassled by the feds, is what it comes down to. So number one, it's amazing that this company is doing that kind of work, and we just dove a little bit further into what that work looks like.
Bro.
Which, I mean, reducing something's weight 17.3% by manipulating subatomic particles is nothing to scoff at.
It's nothing to scoff at? You want something else not to scoff at? Read that top paragraph.
Kirkpatrick, a decorated physicist and intelligence official, also included an intriguing bullet point on his slide suggesting that AARO aimed to recover downed UAPs. Of course they do. Of course, I mean, that's this guy. Of course he does.
It's just interesting. That's not on their website. That's not anywhere on their website.
It's not in their mission statement.
No. It's not in their mission statement.
Of course they would love to.
Yeah.
Number one, I don't think that this organization's going to get first dibs.
No. God, no. They're
And I'm not saying the
smokescreen.
Department of Defense wouldn't get first dibs. I think if they found it, they could get it. But I don't think the AARO within the Department of Defense, I'm sure they keep them at an arm's length away from the juicy stuff.
They're a smokescreen. They're put there to be the drip feed to the public.
Yeah, exactly. They're their public relations sector.
Yeah, no, the CIA shows up to these things, bro. Or whatever other secret ground branch gets put out, you know what I mean? Some DevGru bullshit ends up there.
That, I mean, yeah. And no further research has been conducted, and the project has not been transitioned to any other government or civil organization.
We're not going to think about this, and neither should you.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what that statement is, because the reality is it might not have been transferred to, but it sounds like these people are attempting to recreate some of that stuff. And as wacky as whatever is on that whiteboard is, it sounds like they're doing something with it, you know?
Oh, dude, Wayne's rectangle. Wayne's also made the optogravitation solenoid.
Yeah, I don't know what any of this is. I'm not that smart.
A lot of this sounds like technobabble, man.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
it
lie.
sounds like science fiction, but I mean, I know what a bug wing is.
I know what a fiber optic coil is.
Yeah, well, I know what fiber. Yeah, I can imagine what a fiber optic
Bing,
coil
right?
is.
November
Take some
8th
fiber
through
optic.
20th. So all of these are tests that can be done in 12 days
Where are you seeing that?
under experiment ideas.
Well, I think they're workshopping what ideas to attack next.
Okay.
What's happening here? Experiment ideas. Interesting photographs from the inside of this laboratory. It looks like probably a small team. I wonder who's funding this. How is this private company going to make money?
It's that guy in the hoodie and the red shirt right there. It's him.
He looks like the boss. He's got the boss look, bro. He's like some secret billionaire who's just like, build me a UFO now. I could see that. Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. I like it. That's a good story. That's deep. I like that.
Yeah, there was a lot more there than I was expecting. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's open up calls. We've been going on for a minute now. We need to open up calls. All right, if you want to give us a ring, please do. Call now. 857-32-D-DIAL. That's 857-323-3425. If you're watching out there on Rumble or on YouTube, please follow or subscribe. Give us a like, maybe. Not as concerned about the likes, but if you could follow or subscribe, that would really help us out. Maybe leave a comment. We like to hear from you. Check us out on darkdial.com. We've got a forum set up, and you can get to all of our socials and where we stream from there. Currently, it's on Rumble, YouTube, and X.
Oh man. Hopefully we don't get a call in the next 45 seconds. I'm gonna run the restroom, you guys. I'll be right back.
Yep, go right ahead, brother. Not a bad idea. We'll have to wrap up pretty soon.
His back hurting.
Yeah, he's struggling, and we don't want to do it without him. Let's see, it's 10 right now. So we're going on almost 4 hours. We can go for a little while. I'll talk about the gnome, the evil gnome thing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get into that when Chance gets back. And we'll leave the lines open in case somebody wants to call. Feel free to call. You can interrupt the segment. No big deal. It's just a story, really. I mean, it's a true story, but I don't have, like... As much as I looked for it, I didn't find, like, real source documents on the evil gnome.
I'm still excited to see it.
Yeah, it's really compelling. It's been covered on a couple of programs. I think Monsters and Mysteries of America did it. They were on like 2 different networks. Like they were on one network and moved to another. But I had heard this story before that even. How you feeling?
So sleepy.
Yeah, I can tell. That's all. That's a wild article though, right?
Yeah, it is.
Give us a ring, 857-32-D-DIAL. We were talking about ghosts earlier. You've got a ghost story for us, let us know. You got really anything. Chat. You can also call now button on darkdial.com. On your phone. Have the Magic Jack app on your computer. We're not sponsored by Magic Jack, but we do have a Magic Jack. That's not what we use for the calls, but we do have a Magic Jack. Landlines are dead. Die?
Does sound like they did.
No, I think it's between some. Rick said, please, someone more interesting call in. Brother, you're a good caller. Honestly, it's just, it's hard. If I had just tuned into a show like this, and I wasn't familiar with their format or what this was, I don't know that I would call in either. I would want to see other people call in and see what it's about before ever even considering calling in. So
Why is there a creepy handprint on your mirror in your bathroom?
no reason.
Is it like a child level?
It looks like it, but it's still spooky.
That would probably
kids
be
like to
from
touch
my
mirrors.
youngest. And I'm guessing she was probably looking at herself at some point.
Yeah.
She does that, sorry. Probably was a little creepy.
Oh, I turned around as I'm leaving, and then I was just like,
She
I try to
poses
tell her
big
not
time.
to touch the darn mirrors, but it just doesn't work.
So while we're waiting for calls, I'll tell you guys about this one if you haven't heard about it. I know I gave you a brief preview before the show, and I don't necessarily, like I said, I don't have any source documents. I didn't find much on it. But basically, apparently this is a verified case of the Porterville Gnome. So this woman, her name is Tammy, moves into this house in like 2004 off the Tully River in Porterville, California. And it's like a 100-acre property, and it has this really old barn on it. The barn, she starts to hear like weird noises coming from. So I'm just gonna recite this story from funsies, okay? Or I have some stuff in front of me to try to get the dates right. She starts hearing weird noises from the barn, right? And they think that's kind of weird. And then at some point, she's with her son carrying in groceries from the car to the house, and she sees this evil-looking humanoid figure, humanoid. It's small. It's like clothed. It's wearing like a red hat, like a pointy red hat, like you'd see on a gnome, like the ones being eaten by Godzilla on the desk over there. Yeah. If you don't know what a gnome is. And it like growls at her. She goes into the house, and then she sees it like at the window making noises and like an evil cackling laugh and stuff. So, okay. This story sounds like just total nothing, right?
it's something.
Well, she ends up moving out of the place. Let me get the name right. And also there were apparently dogs that would bark and go nuts around this old barn. This only tells it from the one perspective. That's not even fair.
Gnomes and like fantasy dwarves to me are almost the same thing. Like the dwarves from Lord of the Rings and a gnome in my brain are like their Venn diagrams overlap a lot.
I love gnomes. Although I think of like Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
I love it.
That's funny.
So anyway, that was like part one of the story, right? Part two is she moves out, gets away from this place. Somebody else moves into this property. Again, it's a 100-acre property. There's an old creepy barn on it. It's this woman named Charlie. Wanted to make sure I got the name right. And like her and her husband they like this pond, this koi. Well, it wasn't a koi pond, but it's a small pond on the property. So they stock it with koi, and they decorate around the pond with like some gnomes and like some toadstools, mushrooms, cute stuff like that, right? Fantasy kind of lawn art. And they stock it with a bunch of koi. Well, Charlie experiences almost the exact same phenomenon that Tammy experienced. Her and her husband one day see this gnome out on the koi pond. And it's, again, like cackling and laughing, and it's grabbing koi out of the water and eating them whole.
How big are these gnomes?
It was short. They said it was about like 4 feet.
It's just eating whole
Or under 4
koi.
feet. And it's out there eating whole koi. Again, pointy red hat. They talk about sharp teeth, that this thing had, like sharp, jagged teeth, and cackling, laughing.
I'm gonna make sure to put our gnome outside tonight.
They yell at it and they say, "Hey, we're gonna call the cops. Get out of here." It turns around and flicks them off.
I love him.
Before later disappearing.
I love him so
That's
much.
funny.
They found these footprints around the pond as well. So there was some physical evidence that something was physically actually there. And at some point they gave up on the little pond that they love, and they just kind of took the stuff down because they're like, what's happening? And I guess that aggravated it more because it was running around and screaming in some sort of unknown language. Is what like it sounded like it was making words, but they weren't words.
That's weird.
So, you know, the first case is one thing, but to have a second case of this
At the same place.
years later, and I don't know exactly when this was, but years later, Charlie and Tammy meet and compare their stories, and they match. You know, it's weird gnome, red hat, cackling, evil laughter, all of that. And they went back to the site to investigate, but the barn had been torn down. And they couldn't, the current owners or occupants didn't want to talk to them.
They were like, yeah, we've seen that little shit. We just ignore him.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's the story. Porterville Gnome in California. If I find more actual supporting documents of it, like I said, I know that the story was told in what is it, Monsters and Mysteries of America. I saw that years ago about this story, and it's been, you know, it's made rounds around the internet and stuff. But they, like in that, they actually interviewed these two ladies. I believe it was both of them. Maybe it was only one. It's been a while since I've seen it, and they both claim this story. No, they don't have any pictures or any supporting evidence as far as I'm aware. It's just the story. I would like to get some more details on the years.
That would be interesting to
Yeah,
find
like when
out.
did they meet up? I forget how they found each other, to be honest. I'd have to go back and watch that. They might, maybe they talk about it in that episode, but
So, secondary hypothesis.
Sure.
Angry Mountain Midget Man.
Angry Mountain Midget Man is I think it's a proper hypothesis. Like, could it be some homeless little person who is just out of his mind eating koi with jagged teeth and cackling around the house?
I hope, God, for the entertainment factor alone, I hope so.
Yes, please.
God, I hope so. I just, you know...
Either way, it's terrifying. If that's the truth, if that's the underlying facts of the case, that is just as freaking terrifying.
Man, I'm telling you, like, Peter Dinklage, like, shoots up some PCP and just gets naked and runs around in the woods,
He
bro.
should play the evil gnome. In the
Oh,
movie.
my God, that would be so perfect.
What's the guy who played the leprechaun?
Oh, God, I don't
movies?
remember his name,
Warwick?
but he was... Warwick, that's right, yep.
Something Warwick. He was really good in all of those. He could do that role.
I love the
Leprechaun, they
Leprechaun
were
movies.
phenomenal movies.
They're fun.
I remember watching them as a kid though, and like, it did freak me out.
There's some of the, like, they're definitely some of the gorier horror movies. Like, they're in your face with the like, intensity level that
When
they
his
have.
face was just scary.
He looked like Freddy Krueger's nutsack.
I didn't think they were scary. I thought they were fun movies. You ever seen Leprechaun in the Hood? That's just ridiculous.
That one is not.
Good schlock.
That's fun, man. That sounds
You know, the
gross.
first one with like Jennifer Aniston, which I
Mm-hmm.
want to say that's her like premiere role, isn't it?
Somewhere around
Yeah, it was around that time frame. She was really young.
They all get their starts as horror heroines, man.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. A lot of people enter the film business through horror because I think it's just kind of a lower bar to entry.
Mm-hmm. Everyone needs an extra in their horror movie, man. Everyone.
Leonardo DiCaprio's first role was, I believe, in Critters 2?
Warwick Davis, Rex.
Warwick Davis, thank you. Yeah, Warwick Davis is awesome. If you can, please subscribe, follow. If you're on Rumble, please follow. And you just need a little love. Rumble. If you want to give us a ring, phone lines are indeed open.
They're open.
857-323-3425. We'll probably be on for another maybe 20 minutes. Call it 17 minutes. We'll get off at 10:30. Unless you want to give us a call and you got a lot to talk about anyway. But we'll leave the lines open for another 17 minutes to see if somebody calls in.
You can even talk to George. I don't know what he'll say to
you.
you, but you can talk
Put
to
him
him.
on the mic.
Yeah.
He's gonna slobber all over
Put a
it.
headphone in his ear.
Or chew it. He's been picking on Marley the last few days. Biting at his little ankles and stuff.
So just a reminder, we're gonna be on Thursdays now at
Boys Day.
4 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Central. Taking calls, doing some little segments, telling some stories, watching UFO footage.
UFO.
UAP.
footage.
UAP.
UFOs.
I feel like we're like before Halloween and then after Halloween, but I still kind of want to dress up. So like maybe next week on Thursday, since it's only 2 days late, I might still dress up.
You want to dress up on the show?
Kinda.
I mean, you got your... We both kind of got Halloween.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
I got my gremlin guy.
I did not prepare.
Gremlin in my ribcage.
For Halloween.
I mean, System of a Down's a little scary.
They're kind of scary.
Well, hello, George.
You don't want the system to go down.
I'm gonna
we?
hold my tongue.
We do want this.
I'm gonna hold my tongue and laugh over you saying that.
George,
If
get
you'd
down.
like to hear more about Chance's down systems,
Get down.
follow us on Rumble.
Get down, George.
Dog.
How's your back, buddy?
It's there. It exists.
Okay.
It's been worse. It's been better, but it's been worse.
Okay. We'll get off here in a little bit. We can just banter for like...
Oh
if
yeah,
you're okay with it.
I'm chilling.
Alright.
I'm chilling. As long as I can keep awkwardly shifting my weight around in various directions.
Yeah. You sound pretty decent on the mic even doing that. I think we did better with them.
That's good because I feel like I'm gonna sound like shit. I'm like talking out away from it, like not even like a foot away. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be rough.
We're not getting the echo we did last week. We kind of messed up and didn't oppose the microphones as much as stuff.
That's good.
So, I mean, we're 9 weeks into this, guys. What's been like your favorite topic?
Oh, that's a hard question.
If you're in chat, if you've seen us, let us know what your favorite topic is. Leave a comment or something. And I always love Bigfoot, and we did that deep dive last week, but I feel like it was a little rougher than I wanted it to be. Sometimes, like I said, doing heavy information stuff during the live show, because we're trying to do calls and manage everything in OBS and stuff. I feel like the heavy information stuff doesn't work as well. Although I did love doing Makili and Bembe, I don't think it came out as the best segment. I think we would have to do The Lost Dinosaur of the Congo, Makili and Bembe in like a separate
YouTube-ass video.
YouTube-ass video, yeah. That heavy information stuff doesn't need to be a part of the live show as much, I don't think. And hopefully, we start getting some more callers. That'll kind of alleviate our ability to do it.
You know
on the
what
show.
would be like the goofiest thing? Howard Stern called us. I don't necessarily want Howard Stern to
I don't
call
want
us,
to talk to Howard Stern.
but that would be goofy, would it not?
That would be weird. Be weird. I'm not a Howard Stern fan, I gotta be honest.
I think the guy is a shock jock.
Yeah, but he's... Some of this... I don't know. He's done some really degrading stuff to women and then like turned around and then acts like he's like big ally of feminism, and it's weird. He's weird.
He's Yeah, man, he's something else. I don't know how he's been around as long.
I think there's also something to say for like when you're making a show like he was. You know, obviously there's pressure to have like we have our own pressure to have viewers, but it's very different than like I'm on a
syndicated broadcast.
Yes, exactly. So I'm sure there's that pressure there to do wackier and wackier stuff to build your audience. And
you gotta top the last thing. Ratings, baby!
Yeah, and I'm sure he caved to that. And also, there is a point where, you know, like you see this from like Joe Rogan and stuff, like when you've made enough content, when you're putting out hours and hours and hours a week of content, so much of your life is just public face, to defend him a little bit, maybe, you know, you say some stupid stuff sometimes. I can see that, but I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
Either way. So. Give us a ring, 857-32D dial. That's 857-323-3425. This is our end of show call for you to call.
You know what else would be crazy? Ben Shapiro called us.
I would like to talk to Ben Shapiro more than I'd like to talk to like Stern, but I'd have to be awake enough to keep up with his language, because that man talks fast. Like I'm talking faster.
Like my 8th grade band teacher did.
Him and Tim Pool, man, they can go on rants, and it's like, hold on, do you have it on like, you know,
Tim Pool
speed
talks fast,
or whatever? And he gets on a rant sometimes, and I'm like, slow down, Tim.
I still
like, I
listen
need to be able to
both
follow.
on 2 times.
Then he would sound like
That's
a mouse.
horrible.
I just couldn't understand it.
What's terrible is watching something like that and then trying to edit our videos, because very often we've had a lot of nights, and that's kind of why we're moving the show up earlier on Thursday, where we're just slow talking everything, and everything is and by the time I'm done editing the video, I'm like, shut up, Chance! Get to the point!
There is no point.
I just feel like we'll all do a little bit better earlier.
Yeah, I think
especially
we'll do
in
pretty
winter,
good.
man. And it's so hard when it's so dark and chilly at like, you know, 5:30, and you get inside and you feel like it's 8 o'clock at night.
It is dark at like 5 o'clock.
Right, and you're just like, okay,
wacky.
it's time to cuddle up in PJs and go to bed.
Man.
I think it'll help a lot by doing it a little earlier. Not to mention half of the people that I know and, you know, friends and stuff like that, they're mainly on the East Coast, and by the time we start, they're going to bed.
You know what?
That's true.
And we're actually going to be more set inside of G-Man J's operational time zones.
Will we?
I really
Yeah.
do think it'll work out a lot
Like
better.
a lot better inside of his time zones. I won't have to just rely on Morse code and smoke signals across the Atlantic anymore.
Well, you know we're on late when even my own parents won't like stay up and like I'm sure by now they're asleep.
Oh yeah, I believe my father told me he took the phone into the bedroom with him. As
Yeah,
he was
yeah,
watching
exactly.
it,
I
yeah.
have family in Florida and Maine, and my best friend in Kentucky and stuff, and she even wrote me and she's like, girl, it's too late, like it's 11 o'clock at night here and I got kids to get up with. I'm like, I understand. So I think starting a little earlier will definitely help a little bit with the people that are further away.
Especially, and I think
And our clocks don't change, so
Yeah,
We're
we have
okay.
to actually move to we have to change what time we start
daylight savings
in order to
time
accommodate the rest of the country.
is only a thing in
Arizona
about 25
doesn't-
square miles of our state.
yeah. In
and
Arizona,
that's
where
all-
we live, our times do not change.
All reservations.
It's all the reservation, yeah.
Which I absolutely love, and it's fantastic
Mm-hmm.
because my clocks, I don't ever have to think about it.
Through with it,
No.
But
But-
it does mess with talking to my family. It'll either change us by 2 hours or an hour. It does mess up dealing with trying to call.
Well, if we were
whichever
trying to keep
sibling.
the show going, so we start the show at 6 o'clock our time. But that doesn't matter. If we were going to keep the show going starting at the times that everybody's been watching us, which is, 8 o'clock Central. For us to start at 8 o'clock Central, starting in the next couple of weeks, we would have to start the show at 7 o'clock our
It
time.
end at midnight.
Yeah,
Or 1, depending on,
Yeah.
how it runs.
right. Well,
that's-
I mean, I don't know that we've gone that deep. Like,
It's
we're about to end the
7 to
show
1,
here.
1, 6 to 5.
What? 7 to
7 to
midnight is 5.
Okay, yeah, no, okay, cool. I'm bad at math.
But I mean, my point is, we're starting at 6 now. But if we're trying to keep up with everybody else's time zone, now we have to start the show at 7, and that's really late for us, and I can barely keep them awake as it is, so the talent is very picky around here.
He doesn't peel my M&Ms. I pour them in the VCR slot, and he does not poop them back out the back of the TV for me, so...
Well, I tried having George peel your M&Ms, but it was just, I mean, there was a whole chocolate poisoning thing, and it was not good.
That'll do it. I'm glad CRT veterinarians are up to snuff these days.
But yeah, so if we're starting, now that we're on Thursdays, if we start at 6 o'clock Central, we'll be between 6 and 10:30-ish probably. Which, that's way more reasonable, you know? Some of the people that
I mean,
we
running
know,
till midnight and stuff is just so hard the next day when you have to get up early and do a million things on your weekend.
Oh yeah, it shoots my day. I don't do much on Saturdays right now.
So we'll start that next week. We'll be on Thursday next week. 6 o'clock Central,
Catch
4
there.
o'clock Pacific. Yep. If you're still with us, or if you just tuned in, we just kind of finished the show, so we're leaving a little bit of time for callers to still get in that last call. 857-32-D-dial, 857-323-3425. Please go ahead and like and subscribe. We desperately need it. Chance needs a new spine. He needs a spinitis. His spina bifida, his Spinosaurus needs work.
It's true. My Spinosaurus has been grumpy lately.
And the doctor is paid in subscriptions and follows.
If you will literally transfer them to his page. That's like actually what's happening here.
Yeah, it's like a cryptocurrency exchange thing.
Oh man, on TikTok and stuff lately, I've been getting hit up by people trying to get me into cryptocurrency, like sales and...
There's a lot of money to be made in crypto, but it is so difficult. I've gotten my ass burnt. I had one good call about Bitcoin when I was like 12 years old. And I was 12, I didn't have money. I was like, this is the future, this is gonna make me rich, and I didn't have money, so I couldn't buy any. And every crypto call I have made after that has burned me for like double the money I put into it. So I have stopped trying to make crypto calls recently.
I've only had one friend that's done really well at it, but it's like your odds of actually doing well are slim to none, so I don't get involved.
You have to take into account that it is more of a gamble than traditional
Yeah, it's
assets.
speculative.
So you have to analyze it and then risk even more. Like
Well, there's
stock
no
option
analyzing
trading. But you can't analyze it.
No, it's
you
like trying to
analyze the
analyze-
long patterns. You analyze the multi-year patterns. Bitcoin shows some staggering multi-year patterns that repeat like every 4 years. It shows the same exact pattern, and it's about
Yeah,
to
but
happen.
the sample set's so low. It's like analyzing, the analytics on our channel right now.
The sample set's not low for some of these coins that show these patterns, though. I'm talking
No,
like...
I mean, the timeline is low.
Oh yeah, the timeline, but patterns still emerge in small-scale timelines. When you're trading stocks, you're looking at patterns at the minute level. You're looking for patterns minute by minute
well,
to
when you're
make
day
those.
trading.
Yeah, exactly. But you're taking more of a risk with crypto than you are with day trading. Is
Sure.
kind of the whole point of what I'm
Yeah.
It just
what I'm
sucks
getting
'cause
with
for
that.
the average person, you don't have like
Well,
the means to...
Nobody's getting rich off of Bitcoin anymore.
Day trading, you can actually take $2,000 and you get what's called a prop account. You open an account through a brokerage. This is not financial advice. You get a prop account, and they basically leverage you 10 to 1, so you get $20,000 to play with. But you can only take trades at like a 1 or 2% risk. So you're only allowed to make small trades. And once you're under $2,000, like once your $2,000 runs out, you don't have that $20,000 to play with anymore. So basically, if you make a bunch of money, you can like put up that entire $20,000 at once. But if you put $2,000 of that up and you lose it, you're toast on the prop account basically. But if you put that $20,000 up and you win and you make money back, you double your money or whatever. So you can go into day trading and do a lot with prop accounts. To open a non-prop account, it requires a 3-part multi-100 question economics test, and $20,000 are the requirements to open a non-prop brokerage trading
I have no
account
idea
for
what
options.
you're talking about.
I did a
don't
lot of
have the
research.
money.
I almost got into day trading. I did a
have
lot of research
$20,000
into
to
it.
do
and
any of that.
I still have half a mind to get into it, but I just don't have the time right
I
now.
remember talking to a friend of mine when Bitcoin was like $300 a Bitcoin, going, should we buy it? Nah, it's funny money, whatever. And then when it was like $3,000 a Bitcoin, having that same conversation and still not buying it. But at this point, I don't think anybody's... I mean, like, maybe in the long term, if you invested, you could still make a ton. Because there's some people saying, oh, it'll be $1 million a Bitcoin. I don't know. It would still have to... It would have to remain the primary coin.
BlackRock's
It's like the
about to
fiat
open
coin.
an ETF for Bitcoin, and there's about to be, and we are on the cusp of Bitcoin's like multi-year bull run anyway. It's about to happen. And if that happens with that bull run, it might. And once again, this is not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. Do not take financial advice from me. I am just speaking my opinions on a matter relating to finances. I think it would be a fairly good time, at least for me, to put some money in Bitcoin, because I'm predicting that ETF is going to cause a pretty heavy shoot up in the profitability of Bitcoin. When you have a company like that with the stakeholders that it does and the investments it's able to make, start a trading fund inside of an asset like that, you typically see that asset pump itself to the moon, at least shortly.
I don't know, man. I maybe it's not like the days of people who had faith in Bitcoin or just thought it was interesting enough, so they bought $100 worth of $1 coins.
Yeah, it's not that anymore.
It's
You're playing
never
the stock
gonna-
market.
Yeah, now it's literally playing the stock market. Yeah, you're not the odds of you getting rich, I think, on cryptocurrency at this point are about the same as the odds of you getting rich in the stock market.
I think they're a little bit higher, but I don't think it's much higher.
More risk, more reward,
Yeah.
I guess. But
I would need like a financial advisor. I would not trust myself to play with any
Well,
of
and
that.
I've
that's the thing with
spoken to
crypto.
financial advisors about crypto, and they don't know jack shit, and they'll
Yeah.
admit that they don't know jack shit.
no, they don't know anything, and there's not a lot to know. It's not, like with trading a stock, you might have some inclination of the way that stock moves, or more in particularly insider information about what's going on within those companies, or some faith that they're going to roll out something, something's on the horizon.
But for crypto-
AstraZeneca's going to roll out a vaccine.
We have things like Dogecoin, which was created in 2 hours by a teenager in his basement,
Right.
and people
Yeah.
became millionaires off of. Like,
It's like gambling on something that nobody has any information on. Like, I mean, you can see like splits of coins when they happen, right? And like mergers and like when proof of stake to proof of work movements, and
yeah,
but even that is, what do you do with some of that information?
buy Monero, baby, buy Monero.
So before we go off here, again, our lines are still open all the way up until we're gonna end. You said something about BlackRock doing something with
They're opening a Bitcoin ETF, like a trading fund for Bitcoin that's
Explain
managed by
ETF.
them.
Is that an electronic
Trading fund, yeah.
trading fund? Okay.
So it's like they're putting liquid capital behind a bunch of Bitcoin.
Putting money.
They're essentially
Bitcoin.
creating like a small market for themselves with Bitcoin. Essentially, it's like a liquid fund that people are able to put into. And that is, I think
Like
that's.
a pool?
Mhm. Let me look up the exact definition real quick, because I don't know the
So
exact.
they're gonna be like one trading platform for, like, I don't know what is.
It's a pooled investment security that tracks a particular index or asset. So yeah, it's basically just like an index fund that they're putting in. They're making an index fund for
I
Bitcoin.
barely
So what's
know
the
what an
point of
index
these
fund
people
is anyway.
going on TikTok, and like recruiting people? Like, what are they getting out of this?
Money scams, crypto. A lot of
Yeah.
crypto recruitments are scams. ETFs are tradable in the stock market. That's the
Oh, is that the thing?
that's the thing.
So what are they scamming though? Like,
So you put it in like part of a portfolio, or
Mhm. You can use it to like buy other assets on the market without having to put it through an exchange and eat gas fees, and it makes the non-tech savvy investor, which I don't think that's exactly it, but I think you get what I'm saying there, be able to.
I heard this
Working
libertarian
it.
going on about Bitcoin, because libertarians love Bitcoin, and I mean nothing against libertarianism. I mean, I totally understand the philosophy, if not agree with most of it. But she was going on about it like Bitcoin isn't going to be wholly controlled by the U.S. government. And maybe not wholly controlled. Maybe that's an overstatement. But they're number one. They have a ton of Bitcoin. Aren't they the single biggest like Bitcoin holder? Is like different.
Single biggest Bitcoin miner.
The U.S. government? I thought that was
BlackRock.
Like,
I thought you were talking about BlackRock. I'm sorry.
No, BlackRock's the single biggest.
I think
Bitcoin
they've been
miner?
buying up miners, from what I understand.
We're talking about a defense contractor.
Yeah, Blackwater.
Well, they're-
No, BlackRock isn't
No,
Blackwater.
BlackRock's an investment.
Yeah,
firm,
investment
right?
firm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they've been buying up a lot of the ASIC farms out in like Denmark and out in the colder regions where they build them, if I'm not mistaken.
ASICs are weird.
ASICs?
Application-specific integrated circuits.
Yep.
Basically, the whole point of the chip is to mine that currency. It's not. People think this decentralized currency, and while that's what its intention was, it's too easily commandeered because of the way Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like somebody can hold the majority of it, and it can operate based off of their whims.
Bitcoin's gonna be out soon.
Monero, man.
Monero. Buy Monero.
Monero's probably the coolest coin out there in terms of privacy, in terms of its decentralization, the way it uses CPU resources to mine.
I put a little bit of my portfolio into Monero. I have some of it.
Like 30 cents.
I have probably about 5% of my portfolio in there. It's a decent enough amount.
Man, I'm so unprepared.
Okay.
I don't have like
This is not financial advice. We're
It's
just
not.
talking
savings
about
and
cryptocurrency.
stuff
We'll
like
keep saying
that.
No, I mean, number one, when Chance says part of his portfolio, what car do you drive? No, don't say it. Don't say it.
The thing is, I do
A
have
Ford Pinto.
I have legitimate assetization though. Like that is part of a portfolio that I have.
Sure.
I have.
I'm not trying to downplay it.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
no.
saying, like, you're not like.
No, I'm not a millionaire, bro. I just don't like. I don't want to say the exact number
you
I
got
have.
a couple of bucks in Monero.
I wish I had gotten into stuff like that, but you know, having kids
everybody
young and
wishes.
stuff, I didn't ever have the means to save anything
I
like
mined
that.
mine. I didn't even buy it. I mined mine. Everything I have crypto right now, I've mined.
Shoot, trying to save anything right now is ridiculous.
I tried to
Grocery bills have
mine
doubled.
Bitcoin once, and the group that I was mining through got hacked as soon as I got paid out my first little bit, and I just said, forget this. It literally just, as soon as I made it, it dissolved.
That's awful.
Somebody took it.
The
And I
only
was
thing
like,
I've made money on is Robinhood. I've made it like about $500 off there over like a year time frame.
not financial advice.
Not financial advice.
No, not at
Not
all.
financial advice.
I lost money on Robinhood. I don't trust that app worth its salt for me.
I feel like it's changed a little bit. Their security things had some issues. I got off of it about a year ago or so, but I did do well for the year I was on it.
I mean, see, here's the thing, Chance. You were too young to buy Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
Jacqueline, you just didn't know about the technology.
I
I knew
did not
about the
understand.
technology, and I still didn't buy it. And I was just largely making fun of it, calling it, Mickey Mouse dollars or something.
The future.
Well, I even Skyped with a guy, like, FaceTimed or whatever, with a guy that was doing it. And that was about 3 years ago. And he was really trying to get me into it. That guy right now is a millionaire.
I don't know if he's a millionaire. Is
No,
he?
he really is.
Well, you live, you learn, you buy loves.
And then you get locked out of your crypto accounts by companies that file for bankruptcy, and
Oh,
that's
God.
what happens.
I was going on earlier about my tragic history with Xboxes, how like owning an Xbox. I'm a PC gamer or a Nintendo gamer at my core, and every Xbox I've ever tried to own has died a horrific death, or I got ripped off on it, or. But that's how I feel about Bitcoin, and that's your experience.
I was
with
about to
it.
say,
It's
yeah,
just
that's
a bunch of
literally my crypto
tragedy
journey,
stories.
bro.
Yeah.
Everything I've tried is a tragedy, yeah.
All right, guys, we should probably get off,
Yeah.
huh?
We're
All
rambling
right.
on not financial advice.
Closing
It's time to
calls
leave.
here.
That's when you're just like not there anymore.
No, I mean, I said that, last episode. I was like, we went a little too long. Like we were just, at some point, just no need
I
to.
mean, we ramble anyways, but this is like a whole nother level.
No, it's good, but we've been on for a long time. His back's killing him, so we are gonna get off. We'll be back on next week,
Thursday.
Thursdays. We'll update the graphics.
Thursday.
Rec, we will stay in touch. I'm gonna get the shirt out for you
should
because you
be
won the
here this week.
contest.
Absolutely, and we'll do what we can to get you back on the live streams, man.
Yeah, we'll figure something out.
We like having you here.
Yes.
Absolutely. We really appreciate all the support.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It really means a lot to us. It's good stuff, man. Thank you.
You guys want to do the thing?
The thing.
Please like, subscribe, and get notifications. And if you're on Rumble, give us a follow.
Why is it so important? You guys make the appeal. I've been doing it all night.
No, we're such a small channel. We're just getting started. We need it to be able to grow and to make sure we're making what people want to hear.
If we can support ourselves off of this channel, if we can grow to a point where we can support ourselves off of this channel, we can bring you so much more content.
that's
It will be
absolutely true.
unbelievable.
And better content.
Absolutely. Like, so much more. So the more that you guys help us grow, the more that we're going to be able to provide back to you, and we would greatly appreciate that.
Yep. And honestly,
our
and
reasons.
even at the small level, it gives us a big boost when we see a single new sub, and we're like we got one new sub today. Thank you for subbing. Because it really, like, we see that and we're like, okay, we're trending in the right direction.
Right.
You know,
Absolutely.
we're going to keep
Feels
going
good.
here, so.
Those dopamine hits, baby, I tell you what.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's exactly what
And
it
it gives
is.
us such a chance to expand, with people across the country, across the world.
It's an indication to us that somebody is out there appreciating this,
Right.
even the slightest bit. And it makes us want to keep going. Please do follow. And Rumble, we love you. At some point, we're going to get around to making some Rumble exclusive content, I think.
It's gonna be the spicy stuff, man. I'm telling you what, I
Stuff
got some.
We'll get kicked
got
off
some
for.
wild things to tell you.
Aside from that, check us out. Darkdial.com, we got a cool forum set up. And if you use Facebook, if you use Instagram, if you use X or Twitter,
we on there.
we're on all of those. And, we can, if you subscribe to us, especially if we see more people subscribing to a particular one, it's a good way for us to communicate out what's going on, get in touch with you, show you some cool stuff. And we're doing this because we're trying to build a community. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your stories as much as hopefully you want to hear ours. So that's kind of the point. Any closing remarks aside from that, guys?
No, other than have a great rest of your Friday night.
Peanut butter and marshmallow fluff sandwiches, absolutely delicious. Don't knock it before you try it.
They're pretty good. Love you guys. Catch you
Have
Thursday.
A great weekend. Thursday.